Hello, explorers, and welcome back to the Feywilds. Hello, Reggie. Hello, Ifany. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate. Hope you're both doing good today. Yeah, I didn't know that. I keep hearing, was it leave? Is it leave or live alive? Kill a kill. I don't know. But if it's really short, we might put it on the list. I've got like a conga line of stuff that's all slamming together this month, so we'll see. The state of being. Oh, like live alive. It is not short. Oh, okay. Okay, well, you know, short for JRPG standards. Yeah, shorter for an RPG. You know, it's still 20 hours, but, you know, it's not like 80. Each age is pretty short. Gotcha. Well, but we do return today with Tales of the Apocrypha, as we mess with old Duke today, as far as I know. 20 or 25 hour game. Gotcha. All right, let's switch on over.
Everyone
Hello.
Awkwardly shifting in the chat. Hi. Whoa.
Hi. It's shifting in the chat.
You missed us talking about how Joe Biden would make a better king. Followed by Anna saying that they think they should get rid of the monarchy, and Rana saying, yes, they should give us back our gems, and me remembering that they're from Kenya, and then it got real awkward.
Oh, it's even better. My mom's from Sierra Leone.
Oh! That's great!
Yes. Wonderful.
That's great!
Is it? Yes.
Is
They
it?
had a whole war. It's about diamonds.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. Anyways, hi.
Hi.
Welcome to another session of Tales of the Apocrypha. I don't even know what number session we're on at this point. We'll call it 11B.
11B.
11B. I am your Dungeon Master, Star Ion, joined by most of our lovely crew, minus one tiefling who was busy again this weekend. But otherwise, I know. But otherwise, we've got Bela playing as Narcellis, our half-drow sorcerer. He's there somewhere.
It's fine.
We've got Rana playing as Arca, the Aarakocra barbarian.
Howdy.
Got Anna playing as Tove, the human cleric.
Hello.
We have Eliza playing Yavari, the tiefling wizard.
Hello.
And then we've got Winod playing as Taffy, the Tabaxi Wogue.
Yes, I am ready to sell some padlocks.
No. So last week, oh boy, did we get up to some shenanigans. I think that's when you guys split up to kind of go investigate your own things, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm assuming I'm correct because no one's telling me no. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you say that again?
You're correct.
Oh, are you doing okay?
Yeah, my headphones are being...
Oh, okay. Sorry.
The
what were you saying?
Didn't we all like end at the the general's manor? Weren't we there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we were playing cards.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
and Narcellis ate all the twos. But yeah, last session, the party split up. We had half of you guys went with Imran to go investigate where he had met with Sturkin to sell him the Drider Venom, while the other half of you went to speak with Robert the Builder, one of Arca's friends here in the city, who's an ex-Swiftcloak member. Seeing as how it appeared the current leader of that guild is heavily implicated in this whole mess. Down at the docks with the group that went with Imran, you guys managed to find the Drider Venom along with a drow dagger before you were almost ambushed by a couple of people who you can only assume probably the Crows or work with Sturkin, and where you also found out that Imran betrayed you. No? That was great.
Another betrayal.
Yeah.
For Sturkin, now Imran.
Yeah.
We don't have a good track record with making friends.
Apparently not.
We really don't.
And then the other half of the group, you went to visit Robert the Builder. You managed to get some pretty good information out of him about the Swift Cloaks and a little about their history. And where you had a sudden surprise visit from Famaya, the tiefling that Taffy had freed out of Drakemount's prison, who happens to be the ex-Swift Cloak leader everyone thought was dead. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's great.
Listen, we'll just do a little guild takeover. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. So you all met back up at General Faldman's estate, or the Curanial estate, I should address it by its proper name, where you all kind of shared what you did that day, had some food, went to bed. People had some weird dreams about some elephants.
Yeah. I'm sure it's nothing, and it's fine. You just have some nightmares about elephants eating each other. It's okay.
Yeah, nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about.
And now it is the next morning. You have all, we're finishing up breakfast as you all wake up to tackle the next day. As you decide what to do. So currently, now you all find yourselves seated in General Faldman's dining room, where an array of food was laid out for you guys for breakfast. Pretty much about anything you could want and enough for the 6 of you to enjoy a nice hearty meal to get yourselves started. Off to the side, Ari and Narcellis were playing cards, and Narcellis has just consumed the 2s. After getting into an argument on fish. Overfish.
Overfish. How to go fish.
How to fish. Now it comes time, I guess, to plan your plans for the day.
Oh, man.
There's definitely a lot of avenues to pursue between the Duke, the Swift Cloaks, and whatever else you might want to poke your noses into today.
So how can we make the Ministry's life absolutely miserable? Oh, God. Just joking. Just joking. Maybe.
Listen, he'll be having to talk to Taffy for hours. There you go. That's how, make his life miserable. So did we want to go and, I guess it depends. Do we want to stir up the Stormcloaks first? And then, I don't know, because the Duke might be busy in the morning. Then again, he also may be busy in the evening, so we just don't know. I'm just planning on whatever we deal with first is going to go horribly.
Yeah.
And then we're going to draw attention to ourselves. So it's like,
Seems to be our track record.
What bridge do we want to burn first? Swift Cloaks might not be a bad idea, because, like, if we, cause problems from them, then, that might distract the Duke. Make him more distractible, make him more... Especially, like, if we go after his allies, then, like, or his tools, we'll call it that, and start dismantling, though, he might get more paranoid, and that might make the cell easier.
Do we have all the information that we need? Should we keep information gathering first in the morning?
We could. My plan with the Swift Cloaks is just walk in there with Famaria and just be like, all right.
But if they are under Red Steel's control, they could also just turn on both you and Famaya and kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then it's like, we'll see who's loyal and who's not. We can run. We're very, fast.
But I mean, like a whole
Are we
full
that
of
fast?
Swift.
We might need a getaway vehicle.
A getaway vehicle.
Getaway vehicle. We don't have an airship, so
Just fly out of town.
A horse
kinda-
or something.
Lyra doesn't have those, so I feel like we're kind of limited.
Aside from what's going on with the Duke, does anyone have any personal things that they'd like to look into or take care of today? Taffy, I know you were interested in the No Man Security building.
Yeah, but they haven't done anything to warrant me actually like digging around their guild house. Like I haven't linked them to the crimes yet.
Well,
Yeah.
I did actually have a suggestion regarding that.
Okay.
Assuming that everyone in this town uses No Man Security, it's a good assumption to think that the Duke might also use No Man Security. So, what if by poking around we might be able to learn something about how their wards work?
Close enough for me.
Ooh.
I'll take it. Just go break into their building, steal all their secrets.
Maybe we talk to them first?
Oh, yeah, I guess I could do that.
Just don't tell them you're in the Padlock Guild, and it'll be fine.
Oh my god, go in for a job interview, that's perfect.
I think I just died a little inside.
But there's no way they're gonna give you information if they know you're in the Padlock Guild. But you're the one who knows how to talk shop, so it's like you're gonna
So
have to
true.
be the one to go in there.
I could probably spin it as being. He pauses. Padlock Guild. That would probably.
Oh,
Perfect.
I
He's,
think
he
that
like he's visibly cringing.
Oh,
It's
Oh.
like, like saying that he was Padlock just like hurt his soul.
Aw.
Tom's just gonna like
So
pat him
loyal.
on the shoulder and be like, "It'll be okay. We all know you still belong to the Padlock Guild."
As long as word doesn't get out that I like actually quit or something.
While you investigate the No Man Security building, I was actually going to ask Toad and Ivari to accompany me into town.
Ooh, a field trip.
Assuming you're both not completely
Oh, completely what?
booked
Yeah.
and busy.
Oh,
Oh no. Yeah. Actually, I have to go plant some.
here we go.
Where are you planning?
Ivari,
Where?
it's about that thing that you don't talk about.
Oh, that thing. Yeah. No, I'm actually free. My schedule is open.
The schedule just freed up.
Well, what about you, Arca? What are you going to do today?
You want to come with me, Big Bird?
You know what? Sure, why not?
There you go.
Apply for the No Land Security. I'm sure they'll hire us.
Arca could be a very confused gnome, you don't know.
That's
Ooh.
fair. Very fair.
Perhaps he was polymorphed into a bird.
Mm.
Oh my gosh. No.
You don't have to. You don't have to come with me if you don't want to. But I would feel a little better with a friend nearby.
I'm willing to go with you, but I'm not telling the story that I'm a polymorph dwarf. I'm sorry.
I think it's a gnome, not a dwarf.
Yeah, it's a
No.
gnome. You could make it believable. I feel like you could. Just gotta really sell it.
Yeah.
I refuse.
All right,
okay,
Taffy. I guess you're a polymorph tabaxi.
You know what? Yeah, I could. Yeah, we'll work on it when we get there. Don't worry.
There you
We'll
go.
shop it.
We'll shop it later.
And
Alright.
last I heard, I think Yulia went to go and visit her friends in the bakery.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
It's real unfortunate that a lot of people are getting mixed up with us. I hope we can get this all resolved without taking anyone else down.
Well, at least I know that Fowlin can handle himself and his kids. I don't know what a pastry maker is going to do against a bunch of assassins.
Yeah, I offered to lock the place up for him, but they didn't want to get involved, and I didn't want to press. So
Makes sense.
all right. Well, well, do we want to? I suppose, where do we want to meet back up once we're done with our stuff?
Here, I guess.
All right. Do we want a
I'd rather
specific?
this.
Oh. Did we have a specific time, or are we just whenever we get back?
We definitely still have to investigate the Duke, so we don't want to, be out all day.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What would be a good time?
The best time to pester him would probably be around, I would say, somewhere at least before or right after his dinner.
Yes. Everyone loves being disturbed when they're about to eat.
Exactly. I can pressure him into, he'll want to get rid of me, and so if I can spin that a little bit, I can sort of push the sale a little bit faster, and the more I can keep him distracted, the easier it's going to be for you guys to move around.
That's true.
Yeah, I still need to get those horns from the general as well, so that I can. And he stops and he looks at Yavari and he's just like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm never gonna live this down.
I'm not exactly thrilled by it either, But
Yeah, well, gold enough to be my mother.
listen, you little brat,
Mm,
I will beat you up.
you can try.
All right. Let's not start a fight here at the breakfast table.
I'm just saying, can she even reach me?
Yavari just under the table kicks him.
Ow!
Taffy's just leaning back, just
Reached back,
observing.
didn't I?
Seems you
All
can reach.
right.
Maybe I'll just cut your horns off and wear them.
Okay.
Love
All right,
to see
everybody.
you try.
Let's
All right.
just,
I really would.
Okay, Tove, I'm gonna leave these wonderful fellows to you, and Big Bird, if you would like to go on, let's go ahead and head on out.
Thanks. Tove just calls after him like, thanks so much, Taffy.
Hey,
Have a
you're
great
welcome.
time.
Oh, thank you. What are friends for? Just chuckling to himself as he gets ready to leave.
Radio, don't kill each other.
Don't kill each other.
Yeah, that's going to be. That seems like it's going to be an impossible task today. Tove just under her breath starts praying to Yidolden, please give me the strength.
So, real quick before we move on, can Marcellus talk to Tove for a second?
Yeah. Oh, of course.
If that's okay with the dungeon mode.
Nope.
Yep.
I'm so glad I got permission for this. Okay.
Oh, great.
So, who all's at the table? Starring.
Well, Taffy has gotten up, is about ready to go. Arca, are you following him?
Yeah, he's up and
Okay.
moving up.
All right, so yeah, Arca has also gotten up from the table, following after Taffy. I imagine probably Yuvari's still sitting there, you and Tove. Faldvin seems to have left the room at some point, and Ari is also up on his feet, looking ready to leave, as he probably has his own duties to attend to today.
Well, Marcellus is going to kind of look between Ari and Tove, just casually, and he's going to say, "So, Tove,
Yes.
you've already just reminded me of something. Taffy didn't sleep too well last night. I woke up somewhere around early night.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't get to bed too early."
I guess I didn't.
So, I just gotta ask. Tove?
Mm-hmm.
And he'll lean forward and put his elbows on the table and curl his fingers underneath his chin. And he'll just look at her and he'll just go, "Do you love him?"
Ari immediately just puts his face in his hands.
Arca stops mid-step.
"Do you
The
love
human-
him, Tove?" Mwah, 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 mwah.
Okay,
Oh, God.
okay.
Ari
the
and
human-
Tove sitting in a tree. K-I-S, not in a tree.
It's just none of you guys is and at that, Tove is going to look over at Taffy and say, maybe you shouldn't leave me alone with them.
Okay, listen, it's not a big deal. People fall in love all the time, all right? You and Golden Boy, you make a great couple. It's fine.
Oh god.
Where a better place for love to bloom than on an adventure, right? Taffy just he's got this kitty grin on his face.
Tove is so mortified. She can't look at Ari, and she can't look at Narcellus, so she's just looking down at her half-eaten plate of eggs.
Eggs.
Listen, Tove,
What
I'm
egg?
just saying, I absolutely support the union of Mr. and Mrs. Bauer.
Oh god.
I don't think that's how that works, Narcellus.
Yeah, this is you're
progressive.
really jumping super ahead down the timeline. We haven't even said anything. It's just
Oh, you said plenty last night.
okay, you know what? I'm gonna need you to shut up. I'm gonna need you to shut up and not say anything else.
All right.
Look at you, Nurse Joe, sticking your nose in grown people's businesses.
Oh,
there we
what
go.
are you doing?
Also not minding my business.
All right, don't be too hard on the kid. All right, she's experiencing things she hasn't experienced before. It's okay.
When's the wedding? You have a ring picked out?
All right. I'll let up.
Okay, thank
For
you.
now.
I think we should be going.
Well, do you even know where we're going?
Just Toad walks out the door.
I do not know where we're going, but I know it's probably gonna be outside.
Well, we have to wait for Falcons.
Okay. You know what? And Tove's gonna stand up and she's like, I'm just gonna go wait outside. Just come and get me. when you're ready to go.
Okay.
I've had enough.
You know, you've already. The way humans get so frustrated is almost cute.
It's hilarious.
It really is.
It really is. Taffy's just trying not to laugh. Just pats Tove on the shoulder as Tove passes by. Don't let him get to you. It's okay. They're teasing you. Don't worry about it. I'm teasing you too, but that's, don't worry about it.
Is Tove... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Tove just said thanks and she's out of there.
Poop out of there.
As Tove leaves, Ari will kind of look over everyone and give like a sigh, like, you have far too sensitive ears, Michelle.
Listen, when I'm up against the wall and you guys are in there smooching, I don't know what you expect. So
I don't think
like
you're
very
close.
embarrassed.
he looks at Ari and he puts his hands together and he does his best to mimic his voice and just goes, "Tove, I care about you."
God.
Dang, and I missed that? Man, I went to sleep too early.
I don't know, you woke up freaking out about something.
Yeah, but alright, listen. It was a rough night.
Yeah.
As Ari just like shakes his head and then he'll also head for the doors. I'll meet up with you all later.
Mm-hmm.
Go get her,
Catch
golden
you
Bye,
boy.
later,
lover boy.
Shut up!
Just all jumped on him at once.
Poor Ari.
But after a moment, Faldvin is walking back into the room.
Well, he
Over.
missed his son getting destroyed.
Oh, I'm sure he heard it.
Oh, I'm sure he heard it. It's a good learning experience for him. Unless it builds character. He's just waiting at the door for him to leave.
Yeah, he looks over towards like Narcellis and Yuvari. He says to them, "So I overheard you saying you wanted to somewhere today, Narcellis."
I was actually hoping you wouldn't mind going with me to visit the Smith in the city.
Of course, probably going to see Olorn. I know he's a member of the Dazzling Brigade, so might help.
Yeah, Yuvari knows about that. Tove, however, does not, so I will probably explain some things on the way there.
Very well. Just look over towards Taffy and Arca and say, are you all coming along, or are you doing something else today?
No.
Tav's like, no, we've got some other things to be inspecting, a little bit before we go and hit up the Duke, as it were.
Very well. Well, I wish you the best of luck with whatever you two are up to.
Thank you. Come on, big bird, let's go.
Radio and Arca, he follows after Taffy.
Nice. Excellent. So you guys head out. Leaving just Yuvari, Narcellis, and Faldvin, unless you guys would also like to get going.
Yeah, they'll run after, or he'll at least get up and go after Tove to let Miss I'm in love with the baby know that they're heading out.
Yeah. I imagine, on the way out, once Tove is headed outside, So just kind of like hanging around the front door.
Yeah, she's just kind of like waiting. I'd say probably at this point she's kind of like made her way outside, kind of garden, just kind of like not like too far anywhere, just sort of waiting.
Okay, so Ari, of course, is the first to come outside out of everyone. He sees her and still probably looking half embarrassed from what was said out in the dining room. But he'll walk over to her and say, I have a few things I need to attend to while we're here in Valgard. I've been shirking a lot of my responsibilities lately.
And oh, I can't. Listen, just let them be happy, okay?
Let them be happy.
You talk as if I'm not their biggest supporter.
I know you really are. Anyway, and Tobe will sort of nod and say, yeah, I can imagine there's been a couple of things that you need to get to. I'll be heading out with Narcellis and Yavari. I'm not exactly sure where we're going, but I'm sure it's something important. So
seemed like it. Well, I hope everything goes well with whatever you all get up to. And I will try to do a little more poking around about the Duke. See if I can find anything else.
I think that would probably be a good idea. You're probably the least suspicious out of everyone to try and poke around him.
Yeah, fair enough. And he'll reach forward and he takes one of her hands.
Oh.
He'll gently kiss the back of it.
Oh,
Disgusting.
disgusting.
And he'll just say, well, I'll see you later then, Tove.
And she'll just smile and sort of like give his hand a squeeze and say, see you later.
Oh, so cute.
He'll squeeze her hand in return before letting go and heading off down the road. It's about that time. Huh?
I said forbidden.
Yep. And
So
just
cute.
yeah, for real. Not allowed. Yeah, it's about that time, as Ari's turning and leaving, that the rest of the group eventually files out of the Carannual estate. Yeah, so now you guys are off. Let's see. Taffy and Yavari, I want y'all to roll a d20 for me.
Oh, baby.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I should log into Roll20. What the hell?
Oh!
We're gonna do this whole thing in the theater of the mind. We don't need dice.
Yeah.
We operate on good vibes only here.
Oh, exactly.
Absolutely. All right, Taffy's got the 15. All right, so Taffy and Arca, you guys have headed out of the house first and off on your way. So you're heading to the Gnome Land Security?
Yes. We're gonna see if we can get some information about their security protocols. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, so you guys head on down the road through the Nobles Quarter. It's another beautiful day. Everything's fairly quiet this time of morning. You really don't see anyone milling about other than probably some of the house servants or staff that work for the nobles doing about their daily chores for the morning. There's maybe a patrol of a couple guards just walking down the road. They don't pay you any mind as you head on down past all the large red houses and the giant clock tower coming out of the back of the statue of Bahamut. And then out through the gates into the city proper. And then, of course, from what you remember, Taffy, you recall seeing the sign for Gnome Land Security on a building, just a little ways down the road. And it's not all that hard to find.
The closer he gets to it, the more his ears lay back, and the more he squints. Like when they get up to the door, his nose is all scrunched up. He's like, I hate these. Mumbling to himself.
And
Arca like gently pats him on the back and is like, "Don't worry, we'll wreck him."
No!
Just go there and start a fight.
Arson! Arson!
So he responds like, only if they start it first, and then all bets are off. You can go swinging as much as you want, all right? I'll come up with something to get us out of it. But we gotta at least, I guess, try to be cordial here and talk our way through here. Just defeated sighs. Alright, so the cover story is, I'm an ex-Padlock agent. And you're my, so he kind of looks Arca up and down. You're my security consultant. We'll call it a bodyguard, you know. Padlock Guild, our HQ is not native to the, this continent, so being a, foreigner to this land, this kingdom specifically, you're my guide? Yeah, we'll go with that.
Alright, I can work with that. Guide / bodyguard.
Excellent. That'll work for me. Alright, let's get this over with. He just
and as the as you're having this conversation, you're hyping yourself up, you're about ready to go marching in here to get some answers. You hear a voice speak up from behind and say, if you needed a bodyguard, all you had to do was ask. And from behind Arca, Taffy, if you turn and look, the voice sounds semi-familiar to you as you look and you're confronted with this tall, well over 6 foot, red husky woman standing there before you.
Whoa!
She's dressed in very simple half leather and cloth armor, as she has this big toothy grin across her maw. And you actually will recognize her. She is a Padlock member here in Valgard. By the name of Samoya.
Oh, where's my notes? Samoya. Oh, that's right.
Get your notes.
Well, this got more complicated. Didn't even get inside before the cover was blown. So he's, the fur on his neck bristles up, and he spins around, and he's like, how do you spell her name?
That way.
Thank you. He spins around and he's like, Samoya! Oh, hey, I meant to stop by and say hi, but I, didn't quite get around to it. How you doing?
I'm doing quite well, Taffy, thank you. She'll kind of look between him and Arca. Say, what in the world do you need a bodyguard for? I thought a cute cat like you could take care of himself well enough.
He kind of bristles out. You can actually see him I'll blush a little bit, and he's like, "Oh well,
Arca doesn't say anything, but you can kind of see the crest of feathers rise up.
It's like, yeah, I was just in town. I don't know if you've seen the wanted posters around.
Oh, I've heard. I have been so worried about you, truly.
Yeah, that's don't worry, didn't have any involvement with that. You know how Dad would get about that if he heard about that sort of thing. No news has come in from the guild HQ, has it?
I mean, nothing really. I don't think word has gotten over to Aket yet about what's going on here.
Excellent. Let's keep it that way, if you know what I mean. If we could just do me a solid there. Yeah, we're tracking the guy down. Kind of got involved in it. Gotta make sure that don't drag the Padlock Guild down with me.
Yeah, I don't think old Three Whiskers would be too happy about that.
Oh yeah, that I don't wanna give him a heart attack. Jesus. But yeah, found the culprit, and we are currently dismantling his plans. He kind of looks around, keeps his voice a little low. But yeah, so unfortunately that involves having to deal with Homeland Security.
Oh, man, I hate these guys.
Oh yeah. So he's like, he looks around, he kind of like beckons Samoya to get a little closer.
But she does, like, leans down as well because she's just so much taller than the both of you.
So she freed on Sunday? Or Monday?
Oh no.
So was she like free on Monday?
Oh my
I
god.
know, good
Oh my gosh.
He's like, all right. So here's the thing. I was hoping not to involve any extra guild agents, but this is getting a little out of hand, and the extra help might not be too bad. All right, we're dealing with like a top level conspiracy here. The whole Duke's in it on it and everything. We don't have a proper guild house, but you happen to have padlock supplies nearby or on hand, don't you?
Yeah, I have a little place across town.
Okay. I don't know how much they've shipped over here yet, but it turns out at this point he's whispering, just between Arca and Samoya and himself. The Duke might be involved in a little bit of trying to make his brother sick, vying for some power, making look like some drow got involved. It's a real bad time. Like we're talking starting a whole war between two different factions. It ain't pretty. And we really do need to stop this. Aside from the whole massive loss of life between two entire factions going to war, I would prefer I'm in a position to help stop that. Might as well take it up on that. Plus, it can be kind of bad for business. If everyone's going and murdering each other.
That's very true, and I think the last thing any of us need is a third Dark War.
No joke. Oh, but yeah, so the idea is to get into the Duke's palace and find some incriminating evidence, if you know what I'm saying. But I believe his manor's probably been locked down by our friends Gnomeland Security. So I was hoping to get
it has been.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, fun.
Wonderful. All right, so this was the right call. I'm going to, please don't tell Three Whiskers about this, pose as an ex-Padlock Guild agent and pretend to go ask for a job from Gnomeland Security to maybe get some information on their locking, what wards they use, enchantments, that sort of thing, so that I can make an appropriate sales pitch to our friend the Duke, so that my consultants, as he kind of nods towards Arca, can peruse the manor, as it were.
I see. She nods along, like listening as he's telling a story. Well, I think it's a pretty solid idea. I'd be careful getting into his place. He's got it pretty locked up tight. It's a bit of a new thing that he's done with it.
New? Are we talking? Wait, Homeland Security's got something new?
Well, that I'm not sure about, but no, like him hiring Gnomeland Security is a new thing that's happened recently.
Huh. Did he?
Oh.
This guild house they've been here in about for what 10 years now. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, Arca was gonna ask how recently.
They have. How recently? And she tilts her head, kind of thinking about it for a moment. Oh, I want to say it was a few months ago. She scratches at her chin. Wait, okay, maybe closer to a year. It was. I think I found it so strange because it was not all that long before that very first assassination attempt against Her Highness.
That lines up. Dude's getting paranoid, and he took the first option he could get. All right, well, that should make it a little easier if I can, prove that their security is, inferior. Which, come on, come on, so Samoya, they can't be that. They haven't pulled out anything new in a while, right?
Not that I know of. I mean, it's still the same, magical locking wards and the alarms and things.
Okay.
I know about.
You've been a contact here in Valgard for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, going on a few years now.
Excellent. How much has the Gnomeland security been? How popular are they? How much have they locked up? Have you had to deal with their let's call it security systems?
Quite, especially in the more not run down areas of the city. She kind of looks back towards the nobles' quarter or towards the portion of the city towards the east of you guys, where it's not quite nobility, but it's the part of town that is much more well maintained than the other half of it past the temple. She'll say, yeah, a lot of the more well-off folk and those who own all the businesses, the security has already gotten their grubby little hands on everyone.
Gotcha. Well, all right. Let's do this. If you you don't have to get involved. It's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with some problems. I mean, the swift cloaks are involved, the crows are involved. It's a problem. But if you they kind of shuffles a little bit. If you want to help, if you could go grab a bunch of padlock gear, the locks. Do we have any scarabs on hand?
I think I do have a few, yeah.
Oh, perfect. Grab some of those. Maybe some puzzle and trick locks. We could probably use those to woo the Duke and see if we can outdo the Gnomeland security here.
Right, sounds good. And should I come meet you back here, or is there somewhere else?
Okay, so the once I'm done here, I'm gonna be back with my consultants. At what's his name again? Falvir?
Feldvin.
Falvin, there we go.
General?
Yes, we are staying at his manor. Like I said, I'm involved. It's gotten it has spiraled. There's pirates. It was a whole thing. I'll tell you about it once we, make it out of here with our heads intact.
Oh, I want to hear this story.
Oh, it's a story, all right.
Okay, well, I'll go get some stuff. Maybe a few extra things. I don't think Gnomeland Security has gotten their hands on the general yet. So I'll bring the good stuff.
Excellent. Perfect. That'll be super helpful. And then how's your sales pitch? You been working on it any?
Probably needs some more work, but I can see what I can do.
Okay, no worries. Having someone else from the Padlock Guild, warm up the Duke while my consultants check the security level of the Duke's manor would be mighty helpful.
Yes, absolutely. All right, I will go do that. You have fun dealing with all of the gnomes, little kitty.
He blushes again. His ears twitch a little bit. His tail kind of flicks around. He's like, "Oh, I will."
Bye. bye. She gives a little wave to like Taffy and Arca, and then just heads off across the city.
It's like
Argo waves.
chat's bullying me. The
I see that. Yes.
so yeah, he's
Oh,
he kind of waves.
Taffy!
Oh my god.
You have a little crush on the tall lady.
Listen. Make it easy, jeez. All right, listen. Okay, he's just happy to work with other Padlock Guild agents. All right, you know, they get him. They understand.
Tall lady. Making Taffy spill all the tea.
Tall, pretty lady. Here, let me just tell you where we're staying and what we're implicated in. And also, we're staying with the general. What other information can I possibly give you?
Listen, he didn't know that. He was like, I just have a contact here. I didn't, you know. He
We're all going to jail.
We're going to jail. It'll be fine. Don't worry. Taffy can at least get out of jail. It'll be.
Yes, for Taffy.
It just, you know, don't worry about it. Okay.
Worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Really.
Man, and we were making fun of Tove.
Yeah, listen,
really.
nobody needs to know.
Right.
Taffy, like, before
Taffy
you.
over here going pretty lady talk to me. I
Oh
don't
my
how
god.
function.
I don't know how function. He was doing fine. Listen. Oh my god, Arca, don't sell me out.
As she leaves, Arca like slowly turns to Taffy, and he's got the biggest smile on, and he's like, "So,
Taffy.
how much can I extort you for to not?"
Oh,
Taffy bristles up and he's like, "What? What are you? I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about."
I saw your tail going. I saw that flesh. You cannot fool me.
It's a purely professional transaction here. Okay, listen. There's not a lot of other Padlock Guild agents out here. All right, I'm just excited to work with some other fellow coworkers.
I am sure you're going to transact with her not professionally at all.
Oh. Taffy like opens his mouth and doesn't know how to respond.
If I had a fan, I would be opening it and just being like, okay.
Okay. Taffy's like, all right, what do you want? You want, like, I don't know, breakfast? What do you food? Does food work?
How much food?
How much do you want? I'll buy
You
the
pay
good
for my
rations.
meals for. Okay, enough for 2 weeks.
All right. That's all right. Fine. Well, all right. That's the deal. All right. Let's just purely professional, totally just a Padlock Guild associate. All right. Man, I got to work on my posture. He's like straightening himself up, like recombing his hair. Like, God, I got to make sure I don't do that when we're at the general's house.
You had better. Marcellus will get on your case so fast.
No joke. God, listen. All right, you know, we got a job to do. Let's just focus. All right, let's just refocus.
Okay.
It's like like pats his fur down and just kind of puffs a little bit and then walks into the building.
So as you enter the building of No Man's Security, you know, the odd shape of the roof, like outside, how like it's just completely slanted in one direction, is easy to see as you walk inside. Is it has a very tall ceiling that's just slanted to the one side. Yeah, inside there is a nice little desk to greet you where a gnome currently sits behind it. Hold up, okay, there we go. There we go. Little gnome friend.
Little gnome friend. Hey, gnome friend.
Yeah, and she...
Wait a minute.
Huh?
You can't fool me. I saw that person on the harbor.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
They're not there. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I needed another gnome token. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
They're multiplying.
Yeah.
Mitosis.
Mitosis. They just split apart.
Mhm. And you see, like, behind her on a wall behind the desk is like this large banner that says, Gnome Land Security. That's in this fancy font with like a lot of kind of magical arcane runes surrounding it.
Taffy rolls his eyes.
Mhm. And she looks up as you guys enter and says, "Oh, welcome to Gnome Land Security. How might I assist you two today?"
Taffy clears his throat and walks up. Hello. Yes. I was just wondering if you guys were currently hiring.
Oh, not usually the sort to hire lots of tall folks such as yourself. As she kind of looks between the two of you guys.
I was like,
Are you well versed in arcane warding spells, at the very least?
well, you see, and he kind of like, leads in on the desk. Is the desk short or tall? Like, is the gnome on a stool or like what? Where's the?
Yeah, the desk is like normal height, and as you kind of lean over, you can see that she is currently standing on a stool.
Okay. So he kind of leans over and is like, all right. So here's the deal. Due to some unfortunate circumstances, you may have noticed some of the posters were wandering around, but I am, Taffy. You may have heard of me. I worked, being the key word here, at the Padlock Guild, ex-agent, as you know. So unfortunately, I'm currently in the market to work for another security guild, as it were. My friend here is my consultant, guild HQ in here, so I needed a guide to help me navigate the continent from town to town. And a lot of good it did me, though. Unfortunately, it got wrapped up in this nonsense with, assassination and stuff, and got kicked out of the guild.
Oh, I see. And she definitely looks like very interested now. She says, I think the guildmaster would probably like to talk to you personally.
Oh, excellent. I'll go ahead and do that, and if this might be a done deal or something like that. So if you want to go ahead and give some of the information to my associate here, and we can catch up later.
Fair enough. If you go down the hallway here, she'll point to like a little hallway that was kind of off to the side from the desk. Take the second door on the right. I think she's currently with a couple of other guild members, teaching them a couple of the basic wards.
Oh, perfect. Never mind then. My consultant will come with me. Want to keep him up to date and sort of he helps me out setting up my security locks and that sort of thing. So.
Sorry, can you check this quick?
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very well. So you guys head on down the little hallway. It is a little narrow as you're walking, probably definitely meant for gnomes and not so much for people of your size. Especially with Arca and his wings. But you make it to that second door on the right, and you just push open the door. You just heading on in there.
Yeah, we'll just casually just kind of walk on in. Well, I will. Arca can.
Okay. So yeah, you push open the door into a room, and it's a fairly cozy small space. The first thing you see is most of the floor is cleared. There's a couple of table and chairs, but everything has been shoved up against the walls. There's what appears to be a chalkboard on one wall that has this somewhat like complex series of like circles and glyphs that have been drawn out. You know, probably as someone has explained one of the warding spells. And you see there's a couple of gnomes and what appears to be a human kind of standing around the middle of the floor watching a gnome drawing on the floor in paint. And this gnome that's drawing has pink hair kept up in two pigtails.
Oh.
And as the door opens, she looks up and her eyes lock onto you, Taffy, and Arca, if Arca's in view, mostly at Taffy.
Yeah.
And she straightens immediately, is like, what are you doing here?
Oh, good.
Good.
Well, as you know, that little stunt that happened, it got me into a bit of a spot of trouble. You know, you do one, no good deed goes unpunished, as it were, and now I'm out of a job. So here I am, you know, offering my services. Is that going to be a problem with you?
Are you... Come in. She like beckons you all inside and then looks at everyone else like, get out. She'll like push everyone else out the door. She allows you and Arca into the room. Say, you know, there have been seldom few times where I have found myself, what's the word I'm looking for? Upstaged by someone else. So honestly, I was very impressed with that performance you and your friends put on that night, that you managed to get past some of my best warding spells to date.
Well, you know, Padlock Guild agents are pretty resourceful.
I see that now. And then she kind of like narrows her eyes. So you're really here now to join my guild?
I mean, what else am I gonna do? My skill set's in security. I've been kicked out of the Padlock Guild. What else? Where am I gonna work? I don't want to be a baker or a blacksmith.
I don't know. Thieves Guild, I guess.
I'd like to stay above board, as it were. You know, as you can see, stealing things isn't quite what I have in mind for a career path.
I see. Is your friend interested as well? She'll look curiously at Arca.
Yes.
Well,
yeah.
Yes.
Go.
Yeah.
Uh.
Good.
Okay. Yeah. I'm also interested. You know, he is my compatriot, and we stick together.
Very well. And she'll like kind of straighten up, like tries to wipe her hands off of some of the paint that's gotten on her fingers. She'll say, well, my name is Tagira. I am the Guildmaster of Gnomeland Security. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I don't believe I ever caught either of your names. She looks between the two of them. I'm back at that party.
My name is Arca.
And Taffy's like, well, as you might, from that wonderfully drawn wanted poster, my name is Taffy.
She'll look at you for a long moment. Just very well, Arca and Taffy. So tell me, do either of you have magical experience with placing wards of any sort or arcane circles?
Well, I'll let Arca. No, don't sell yourself short, Arca. You had some kind of magical ability when you were swinging that axe around.
Yeah, okay. Yes, a little bit of magical experience, but not anything as sophisticated as wards.
Well, some of the basics are quite easy, so allow me to show you guys then. She'll turn back over to the chalkboard on the side of the room and drags over like one of the chairs so she can hop onto it and start erasing what had already been written up on the board. As she prepares to teach you guys a few things about Gnome Land security.
Oh, perfect.
But in the meantime, as you guys have gone off across the city to pursue Gnome Land security, back at the Caranial estate, just as you guys head off, Yuvari, Narcellis, and Faldvin, you all have come outside to gather your last member, Tove, before you head off to the blacksmith.
Sounds good.
Narcellis will kind of go up to Tove, kind of swinging his arms as he walks. He's like, all right, I'm done teasing you, I promise.
She kind of like looks at him like with her eyes squinted and is like, you promise?
Well, I mean, if you'd prefer, I go back to treating you like a stranger.
No. I think we're fine.
Also,
Yes.
so sorry, guys. I'll be right back.
Oh,
Okay, no problem.
So sorry. Go on. Roleplay without me.
and yeah, I guess I'm done for right now.
Okay then. And she'll just sort of like give like a small smile and be like, so what errand exactly are we going on?
And he'll pause for a minute, and he starts shifting from one leg to the other. And he kind of glances at the general. And he looks at Tove and he's like, okay. I should probably do this before we get into town. And he looks very nervous. And he's especially he's got his hands like run together, and his fingers are going around one of the little rings on his left hand, and he's just kind of spinning it around his finger. And he says, "So, what do you know about beast cores?"
And Tove will kind of think on it for a moment, and say, I mean, I don't really know too much about them other than you can acquire them and they can help channel your abilities or magic. And she sort of like lifts up her left hand, on which like on her pinky finger is sort of like a small ring that has a sort of like an kind of like a bluish gem in the middle, and she says like this is my beast core.
So I see. I didn't expect it to be that small.
Wow.
Okay.
It's like, I'm not saying it as an Okay.
Well, I mean, I mean, it fit on my hand, and I thought it looked nice. I mean, now you're making me insecure about.
No. Tove. It's not you. I'm just realizing that I've been a little bit of a fool about this. And he reaches out after a second, and he takes her hand in his left hand, and kind of gets a little bit closer to her, and he says, "So I'm going to tell you something that the rest of our party, I don't want them to know."
Okay. She'll start to look like a little bit concerned, and she's just kind of like, okay.
It's not that I don't trust them. It's just Yuvari knows, and only knows because someone doesn't know how to keep a red nose out of other people's business.
Yeah, it sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Well, I didn't go spying on you.
Well, to be fair, I just happened to stumble upon you while also simultaneously looking for you. And was curious as to what you were doing.
Anyway, that all you know about these groups?
Well, I mean, I know they have to be mined somewhere, and I think the Dazzling Brigade does something with them, but I mean, I suppose that's kind of it.
So, in the case of magic users, Beast Cores, as I have come to understand it, amplifies your abilities, and sometimes can even make it so that people who maybe can't cast the best magic can manipulate anima a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes these... And he'll take her hand and he'll lift it up and he'll point his finger at the blue gem in her ring. This part. These are the exact same kind that we passed on the way to Valgard.
And Tove will nod.
The thing is that when you're exposed to them for a long period of time, things can happen. You can get sick, or they might start changing your moods. For example, I've been around some for a long time, and they can make me a little crotchety.
Well, clearly, all we need to do is find one that does the opposite of that.
Anyway, the reason that I'm telling you this is because, like you said, the Dazzling Brigade are in charge of these, and they have to make them safe for people to use. Now, as per the last Dark War, my people have not been permitted to have them. As you might have noticed, I do not have a beast core that I wear.
And Tova
Jabari is eyeing him so hard right now. Sorry.
No, it's okay. And Tova just nod and say, yeah, I noticed you didn't have one, but I didn't really think anything of it.
He's gonna kind of look at Falcon for a minute, like, he doesn't make the noise, but he's thinking it. And after a minute, he takes off his glove on his right hand, and he unbinds the cloth from around his hand. And Tove, you will see that there is scarred and burned, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like cauterized skin. And it's puckered around a very purple crystal that is jutting out of his hand.
Oh.
Wow, that was not what Tova was expecting at all. I think she just looks stunned. I mean, she doesn't have any others. She can't say anything.
He just nods. He says, "I know it's disgusting, but this is my beast, and as you can see, it's not attached to anything but me. Now, I made the decision back at Beastsoft. You guys were..."
Yes, he put it into his phone slot.
Actually, into his what?
Chat.
Fields of phonons.
Oh, don't do this
Phonon.
to me. So he says, so anyway, I asked the general to go with me into town to see someone that works for the Dazzling Brigade to see about getting it removed.
But it gives you a +1 to crotchety. Why would you do that? Why would you move it away? You almost have enough AP to master it. Then you could get the bonuses passively.
And Tove, who's sort of just like staring, at his hand is going to like look up at him and say, so you're trying to get this removed, but it doesn't look like, well, I mean, I'm not an expert, but is that what we're going to go and try and do, is for you to get this removed, or?
He seems to think that I'll be able to do it, so yeah. I'm just a little concerned because if it gets taken out, he just kind of laughs and he says, I wasn't really able to cast magic before.
Oh.
So you would lose the ability to cast magic.
I hope not. The only thing is that every time I cast, and he kind of lifts up his sleeve a little bit, and you'll see that there are tiny purple crystals that have pushed out of his skin further up his arm. It gets a little worse.
Yavari looks so concerned right now. She's just staring at the crystals on his arm and just quietly wondering to herself what would happen if the beast core took over his body completely.
We'll just kind of...
As it's slowly spreading.
I'm just kind of shrug, like, so, typically I haven't really been supposing to use Anima, but, I mean, we've been in a couple fights, so...
So,
Baldwin gives a small sigh.
And, like, if he will let her, Tobe is going to, like, reach out to, like, take his hands, like the one with the anima crystal in it.
Alright, Kayla, go for it.
Yeah,
oh no, wait, is this...
No, you did it.
It's too late, you did it.
He will let her, but he's going to make a face, like...
And Tove, as you reach out and kind of, are you like aiming to take his hand or just like touch his arm?
Fuck. She.
You did it now. You might as well go the whole 9 yards.
Oh god, yeah. She's gonna take his hand. Like she's gonna take his hand.
Oh boy. Okay. So as you take his hand, and you have just that small contact, immediately you feel like you're surrounded by whispering. Just many voices whispering incoherently that you cannot understand.
Oh, great.
And you also, in like the corners of your vision, you swear you can see shadows moving like tiny spiders are crawling across the ground towards you.
Oh god. Okay, Tove. Oh fuck. Sorry, I'm cussing way too much.
No, you're fine. You're okay.
Sorry, Sat.
Oh balls.
Oh no.
Tove is just going to, like, as soon as she starts like experiencing like these voices and these like things in the corner of her vision, she's just going to like immediately drop his hand and like take a couple of steps back.
He will pull his hand to himself and kind of close it up around his chest, and he's looking at her with this kind of wide-eyed, very young, very afraid stare. And he'll just say, "Don't be afraid of me."
And she's like, as she's trying to still like process like what she just saw and like experienced, she's like, I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. Maybe I think maybe we should go and see if the Dazzling Brigade can help, because whatever is going on with that is it's not good for you.
He just sort of shakes his head and he's like, I'm guessing you heard it.
And Toph will just sort of nod.
Yeah, that's... And he'll pause and just sort of pulls his glove back on and just says, that's what I hear all the time. If you're ready to go, we can head out. Are you sure you're gonna be okay?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be fine. We should go, and she'll sort of just like turn to Yavari and Faldwin and, sort of be like, we should probably get going.
Baldwin will nod and ensure like everyone is ready to go before he'll take the lead through the Noble's Quarter back towards the city proper.
Marcellus along the way will just kind of give this kind of look to Yavari, like he's got his head down. He kind of just tilts his head and looks up at her from the side.
Narshella sees Yavari just looking very pensive as they're walking. Just very deep in her thoughts before she notices that Narshella is staring, and then she just kind of gives him a look. But she can't even define how she's feeling enough to just describe a kind of look that she's giving. Just gives him like a small smile and then just go back looking forward.
All right, so General Faldwin will lead you guys down through the Noble's Quarter, much the same path that your friends earlier took, past many of the red mansions and buildings of the Dragonborn area of the city, past the giant clock tower, and out through the gates to the main portion of the city. And thankfully, with General Faldwin with you, no one really looks at you guys twice. No one decides to harass you all this morning.
Thank God.
It's like, ooh, thank God.
Honestly. And yeah, he will walk down the street back towards the temple. And as you go, probably earlier through your many times now back and forth across the city, you'll remember that there was a smithy pretty much directly next to the temple, and that is exactly where Faldwin seems to be taking you guys.
I'm so tired of this temple.
It's there. I'm sorry. It's
it can't leave.
Prominent city feature.
Gets up
At least
Yeah,
Billy's
Yavari
Tavern
just
is right there.
Billy's Tavern
Right.
is right there.
You hear
Yeah.
Yavari give the biggest sigh. Oh my god, here again? What in the 9 circles?
Apologies. They had to choose the one area of town where you could see the temple no matter what direction you were looking.
Yeah, they succeeded.
Yeah, that sounds like the church, alright.
Mhm. And as you approach the smithy, you see the forges are already aflame with warmth as he heads to the door, and there's like a big iron knocker upon these like gigantic metal doors that he will bang against. And after a long few moments of waiting, the door opens, and you guys are greeted by a figure much different from General Faldwin, as this tall elf, rather intimidating looking, now stands before an open door of a dwarf. Throw him down here. You see he is, already has like this thick apron on over some very simple clothing and like thick leather gloves as he regards you all from behind a small pair of spectacles sitting atop his nose. This large, scruffy beard that's You can't tell if black is its natural color or if it's just full of so much soot and dust at this point. It just has turned black.
Hey, I got a comb. I got something for that somewhere.
Yeah, he kind of looks at you all for a moment before he realizes who's standing in front of him and says, "Oh, General Faldvin, a pleasure to see you this morning. It's rather early, don't you think?" And Faldvin will nod to him and say, "Apologies, Olorn. I was hoping I could come by to ask a favor." "Favor? I'm not a big fan of favors, General. I believe you do owe me one." The two kind of look at each other for a long moment before the dwarf sighs and takes off his spectacles to try and clean them on his apron, but it just kind of seems to make them worse. Puts them back on, looks at the other three of you guys with him and says, "Who's all these friends you've got here with you? New recruits or something for the militia? Seem a little young."
So funny.
Shut up, you Mari.
General Faldvin says, "Just some companions. I'd like to introduce yourselves."
Yavari.
Mm-hmm.
Yavari just kind of gives a small wave and goes, "Hey, name's Yavari. Just here for the ride."
And Tove just kind of like nods her head and says, "I'm Tove. Nice to meet you."
Marshals. He'll just say it. He won't even leave.
Yeah.
He's already done with this morning.
I'm already done with today.
Dwarf nods to you all and says, "Pleasure to meet you all. My name's Olorn, and yeah, come on inside, please. Don't be strangers." As he'll walk into his house, beckoning for you all to follow him, and Faldvin will follow inside first, assuming the rest of you will come in after him because he doesn't bother looking back. And as you guys walk into the smithy, you're greeted by a fairly typical storefront where he has weapons of all kinds and armor on display, hanging upon the walls or like on a couple of like racks sitting against the walls to kind of keep out of the main floor space. And he'll turn to you all as he'll address Faldvin and say, "So what's this favor you've got that you'd like me to give to you?" And Faldvin will kind of glance over at Narcellus and quirk an eyebrow, trying to kind of silently ask if you would like to explain or not.
He just kind of sighs, and walks his way over, and he's like, "I feel like it might be a little less terrifying if you explain it."
As you say. He'll look back to the dwarf and say, "Marcellus here has what we are assuming is a beast core that's been embedded in his hand." Olorn looks very confused as his scruffy eyebrows kind of bunched together. And he's like, "Embedded in his hand? What the hell's are you on about, General?" "I mean, embedded in his hand.
I've got it. He takes his glove off and he just holds it out.
Olorn kind of like not quite recoils, but he kind of looks a little taken aback at first, like that wasn't what he was expecting at all to see. But he'll kind of like move a little closer not touching or anything, but just kind of like looks over Narcellus's hand as he examines like the purple crystal that's sticking out of the center of it.
And he'll turn it over, and you can see it's actually coming out of the back as well, a fair bit.
That's quite something. So are you looking to remove it? And General Fulton says,
Well, I
no.
don't want to keep it.
I would like to remove it. Fulton clarifies. I'd like to, but at this point, I'm a little worried with how his hand has grown around it, as the scarring seems rather old at this point. And Olorn will kind of like adjust his glasses as he's looking. He's like, if I had to guess, you've had this for a few years now, right?
Since I was 13. Yeah.
I mean, it is definitely a very dense anima crystal. Very rough cut compared to most beast cores, but usually he'll kind of like start walking away from you guys as he's heading over towards like a counter space he has set up on the side, where you can see on this counter space there are a few beast cores set out on display. And he'll kind of pick one of them up to kind of show to you guys. And this one in particular that he grabs is a bracelet that seems to be made out of a kind of dark gray silver metal with a like teal gem that's been set into it. And he'll say, so most beast cores are typically set in a sort of alloy that the Dazzling Brigade makes. It helps to stabilize the anima inside of it, as otherwise, if left by itself, they tend to go a little haywire. I mean, I can try to take that out, but I don't think I'd feel entirely comfortable with that. But I can see about perhaps making a bracelet or something to put over your hand that will kind of act as an alloy to contain its magic. I can only imagine what that's been doing to you over the last few years.
Tove, Yuvari.
Mm-hmm.
Can you guys step outside for a second?
Sure. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, Yuvari. We can Topa just kind of like herd Yuvari out the door.
Yavari's eyes are like looking back at Narcellis as Tova's kind of herding her out of the door. A little concerned, a little worried. But ultimately she's like, okay, fine. Lead the way.
They leave, leaving Narcellis with you and General Faldvin and the dwarf.
He'll kind of lean over the counter for a minute and just say, look, your name is Olorn, right?
Aye, that'd be me.
This bracelet, is that really going to work?
Oh, no, as he sets it back down. No, I would have to make you something. I was just using that as an example.
Okay, and, just out of curiosity, am I still going to be able to cast magic?
You should. Most of the metals that are in beast cores are just to keep them from going out of control, as research over years has shown that if they're left on their own, they, kind of like hesitate for a moment, being a little uncomfortable.
It's like, I've already been told by the general. He apparently had a beast core that it didn't explode. You said it just And he'll just gesture at his skin. Just did this, right?
Oh, yeah, I remember making that for you, General. You still have it. And General Faldven will give a small shrug, like, I do, yes. And Shellis is correct. After it was broken in the war, it spread across the breastplate, much the same fashion as his arm.
Oh, that's great to hear. So, just out of curiosity, if I don't get this taken care of,
Olorn looks very uncomfortable as he kind of shifts his weight a little. And he'll say, well, from research that's been done into the subject or into this field of study, it's... The name Beast Core is a little fitting for what ends up happening if they are left to their own devices. Most of the time, if they are not contained in some sort of alloy or something of the sort, they will spread, as you can see with yours and the one from General's armor. And they first start to mess with your emotions. They make you feel not right, not quite yourself. And eventually, if it's not taken care of, it drives the wearer to...
I've heard enough.
Jeez.
Kind of sit there for a minute and leans forward and puts one hand in the other. It's kind of just thinking for a minute. And you can see, like, his eyebrows are drawn together very tightly, and his eyes look glassy. But he's got, like, his mouth in a very thin line, and he's like, alright, I'll try whatever you can make me.
Very well. I'll get started on something right away. I should be able to have it to you maybe by tomorrow or so. I don't have a whole lot of orders to work on right now.
And, how much is this going to cost?
He looks at Faldvin, and the two kind of share a look. You can't quite read the general's face, like, his eyes kind of narrow slightly. And Olorn just waves a hand and says, don't worry, the cost will be covered.
Alright, I'm gonna go wait outside with the rest of them, just, and I'll just kind of pull it back on over his fingers and head out the door, if that's alright.
Yeah, you head on outside, leaving the general behind with the dwarf as you rejoin your friends.
And, stepping outside, he'll just kind of look between Yavari and Toad and he's like, so! Good news! Everything's gonna be fixed. There's no problems. And I should be good as new. There's nothing to worry about.
Tove does not believe that, but she's just gonna nod and try and give him a reassuring smile with the hope that, like, maybe they can figure something out.
Yavari just narrows her eyes.
Just looking at both of them. Look, guys, I'm telling you, it's fine. Don't you think I'd be freaking out if it wasn't?
I think this is exactly the reaction you would have to being told distressing news, but I could be wrong.
And you are wrong. Everything's going to be fine. And he'll just kind of lift his hands up towards his face and just say, "You've already told. When have I ever lied to you?"
It's like, hold on, we're going through the...
Yeah. Compiling the list. Please hold.
The answer is never.
The answer is
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah, if that's really true.
Well, let me put it this way. If you don't believe me, then it's going to be the last time I tell either of you anything.
Wow. Blackmailing us? Is that the way you want to go?
I don't think this is blackmail. I think Narcellus is telling the truth.
Yavari doesn't say anything. She's like, fine.
So, anyway, just out of curiosity, what are you guys even planning to do once we catch Sturgeon? Like, once everything's over?
Beat him up.
I meant after that, Yavari.
Go ahead.
I don't know well, I mean, Yavari, what are you going to do?
After we catch Sturgeon,
Yeah,
Yavari...
we're like, go
Yavari
ahead.
thinks for a moment. Oh, so sorry. Yavari thinks for a moment. And she goes, probably go back to my hometown and settle some affairs there.
Oh. And, what about you, Tove? Going back to being...
I don't actually know. I mean, if we had just done what we were originally going to do, which was take Sturgeon to Valgard, I probably would have gone back to Drake now. Been a farmer, but I don't know now. There's just... I don't know, the world seems a lot bigger than just a tiny little town somewhere, but I don't know. And then there's Ari, and that's a whole thing that I don't talk about. But not
You
in a
have
bad
to
way.
plan your wedding.
Oh God, no. Okay, Yavari, listen. We just sort of exchanged that we liked each other. Okay, we had a conversation. We don't really know where this is going. Hopefully, it's going in a good direction. I would like it to go in a good direction, but you know, who knows?
I guess I'll... He thinks for a minute. He's just sort of shifting back and forth on his legs. He looks a little bit concerned. He's just like, I guess Valgard probably isn't the best place for me to stay, all things considered. Maybe I'll just go back to the Underdark.
Bombastic side eye.
Look, it's been a while since I've been home, and from what Alisaria says, it sounds like my mother is concerned about me. So.
Well, I mean, you could go back there, or, you know, who knows? Maybe there'll be a whole another adventure that we all stumble into, and maybe we'll have to go somewhere else and do something else, and
Tove.
Maybe we'll just
Tove.
keep... Okay?
No offense, and I mean it, no offense, but I have had enough of adventures. I've had enough getting pulled into things like regicide or investigating royals to know that I'm done for a while.
I mean, it doesn't have to be like a, like a scary or like a, maybe we're gonna go to jail, maybe we're not gonna go to jail adventure. Maybe it's just like a simple like oh look, there's a lost sheep. We have to go return it back to home.
What is it with you and farm animals?
Little quests like that. I would love that.
I'm sorry. Listen, they come up a lot in conversation, and it's for very obvious reasons, okay? But maybe that's the type of, like adventure we'll go on, or I don't know,
Tove.
Yavari, help me out.
Tove,
Mhm.
are you trying to stop me from going back to the Underground?
It's scary down there,
I
right?
mean,
And Tove's gonna sort of like kick in the dirt, like with the toe of like her boot, and just be like, no. I mean, I'm not saying that you shouldn't go back down there. I'm just saying that there's a lot of stuff to see up here, and well, you have friends up here now, and I don't know. I just
Wait. You're. And he pauses and he just looks between them both like the otherwise asshole-ish features of his face kind of melt away for a minute. And like the muscles relax and his eyes get kind of big as he looks between them and he just goes, "You're both my friends?"
of course. You're my friend, kid.
yeah. I mean, why wouldn't we be your friends? We've been like traveling together for a while now and like saving each other, when we come into danger and sharing like our lives together. That's what friends are, right? Yavari, I'm pretty sure that quantifies as friends.
I've never heard of friends that don't stab each other in the back. What?
Oh.
That's not how we do things.
Yeah, that's not how. I mean, maybe some friends are like that, but we're not.
Yeah.
We're loyal, right? We're good. You don't have to always stab your friends in the back.
No.
I'm not that I'm planning on it. He's fidgeting and he's just like, I guess I thought you guys just didn't like me.
What? Legitimately just made my heart so sad.
Oh no, we like you. Of course we like you. I mean,
okay, this is getting weird.
But you're
annoying, but I like you.
Look, it's getting uncomfortable. Can we just wait? Sort of pushes the door open with his shoulder. Like, General, are you happen to be done yet?
Just as you open the door, you see that Faldwin is probably only a couple of feet away, about to head towards it. He looks a little shocked, surprised at the sudden door opening. He's like, sorry, I was just up. Everything okay?
They're trying to stop me from going back to the Undertruck by being nice to me. It's
weird.
It's weird.
It's unnatural.
His eyes narrow slightly as he looks from you to the Yavari and Tove and then back at you as he says, I wouldn't let you go back there either, to be quite honest.
The general
he
agrees.
just kind of pauses and he's like, we were just talking about once, we catch Starkin and everything, and how Yavari's gonna go back to Tiefling Land, and how Tove's gonna go find a sheep.
And have a spring wedding.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
Yeah. And I just said I go back home. Because, I have nowhere in Valgard, so I mean, it would be weird for me to just go live out of a box in the fishing district, or in Tove's farm.
My cousin has a great farm.
I'm not living with your cousin.
What? Oh, hold on. As Faldvin will like kind of usher Narcellis outside, so they're not just standing in the doorway. It's like, well, it's not entirely true about yourself. I mean, you have Renarian is quite fond of you, and you are still more than welcome in our home.
Oh.
Look. And he reaches up and he's just sort of like he's pulling on his braids for a minute. And he's just like, look, you're all freaking me out here. I don't want to be that kind of a burden on your reputation. I mean,
little about it. Besides, I think Renarian enjoys it when something gives the nobles a reason to gossip, so...
I'm just saying, like, I don't want to be somewhere where I can't provide some kind of he's starting to like shift back and forth on his weight and kind of looking from Tove to Yavari with this like what do I do expression, and he's just like I don't want to be somewhere where I'm not wanted, you know, and I've already done that to Felin. And go ahead.
Sorry, can you already reach out and just hold Narcellis' shoulder? Not doing anything, just holding his shoulder, just to make sure he's okay.
And when she touches his shoulder, he just sort of shuts up and like kind of shifts back and forth and just kind of looks at Faldvin and he's like, Are you sure?
Kind of like Narcellis maybe a little not quite confused, but just thoughtful. He gives a nod and says, yes, I'm quite sure.
He'll look at Tove and Yavari.
It sounds like you're wanted, kid.
He kind of looks at Tove for a minute and says, okay. Jen. Okay.
Nard's gonna have a heart attack over here.
Gonna die.
Just
It's
die.
okay, little buddy. It's okay, little buddy.
Right.
Alright. I think Tove is gonna pipe up at this and say, well, was there anything else we were trying to do in town? Since we're here?
Well, I was planning on using prestidigitation to shove my cold, icy hand down Renarian's back, but now he's not here, so...
Oh, too bad.
Still do that.
So bad.
We still have time today, you can do that.
I was planning on it. It's so much fun to piss him off.
Yavari, shut up! And Tove is gonna, like, elbow her.
Oh, are you sad that I'm harassing your boyfriend?
Maybe I am.
She admitted it.
Maybe.
reaches back, kind of rubs the back of his neck. I kind of admit it is fun to have Yuvari around to politely terrorize.
At least you're polite about it.
At least you're polite about it.
Listen, I would never take the skin off if that's what you mean.
Colvin looks
Okay,
a little
that's a
concerned.
Tove looks
Okay.
very concerned.
Okay, look, it doesn't translate well in this language. The word for fun in Drow, in Deep Drow, means, in this language, how do I describe it? To torture until dead?
Oh.
Well,
Fun.
yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Depends
Okay.
on who you are.
Okay, Miss Tove, why don't you tell me what humans find fun?
Well, I don't know. Having polite conversation, maybe, going for a swim every once in a while, reading a good book. There's a lot of things that don't involve torture.
Now, I didn't say I was going to torture you. Yuvari, however, is still on the table.
And just know that retaliation is completely also on the table.
Oh, I'd like to see you try.
And
All
there they
right,
go.
let's not do this again. I cannot keep stepping in the middle.
Well, then
Don't you
don't
just, like-
stand in the middle.
You've
Okay,
already
well, if I-
playfully punches his shoulder.
Oh, and at that he will suddenly, I know he's not supposed to, but he will cast Prestidigitation with his other hand and make his hand super cold and immediately shove it onto her neck.
Narcellus!
Okay. Sorry, I'm
Oh, I'm
sorry.
sorry, are my hands cold?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Good.
Tove is just gonna move between the middle of them and say like, okay, and put her hands out and be like, okay, all right, okay.
Anyway, if you guys don't mind, I was hoping to kind of take a look around the shops here just in case there's something that we might be able to use either while we're hunting down Sturkin or, well, I would like to replace my swords, being as they are. They were made for a child, I will admit. General, I'm assuming you're going to probably be heading back to your estate.
Yes, I'm expecting company a little later this morning. Oh, hello?
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 Sorry about that.
That's okay. I
Just
wanted to
like-
make sure, I wasn't muted.
Was good. Yeah. Actually, and he'll look back towards Yuvari and Tove for a minute. He'll just be like, where did you guys want to go first?
Yavari has no preference, to be honest.
I guess Tove would be interested in any of the shops, so she'll just sort of shrug.
Alright, I guess we will wander around aimlessly for the next couple of hours. We wait on Taffy and Arga to get a job.
Were we planning on getting like the thing for you?
It has to be made.
Do we have to go to the? I mean, we literally just came from the smithy. Do we have to get it made from?
General Faldman will speak up like, he's working on it now. now. He says he should have it done by tomorrow morning.
Oh,
Sure.
that's fast.
That is fast.
Good for him.
Well, okay, and he'll lift his hand up and he'll put it on his heart and be like, I promise that for the next 24 hours, I will not cast any magic.
Baldwin looks at him like he doesn't believe him.
I've already got the prestidigitation out of my system. I'll sit on my hands if I got
Or you just tie them together, you know?
it. I'd rather you didn't.
It's all right.
You've already just
We'll make sure he doesn't use any more magic.
General, you said you were expecting company. Should we make ourselves scarce for a while?
He kind of looks a little hesitant to answer that question as his gaze his gaze kind of looks out to the temple behind you guys before looking back down at Narcellus, and he says, not particularly. I think it'd be all the more funny if you were there, to be honest. It's, the minister wanted to come speak to me about something.
Ah!
Oh, let's make him so uncomfortable.
Oh, I hate that man. No, guys, I'm sorry. I don't buy anything today. I need to be there for this.
Right. I want to make this man so uncomfortable.
Right? Please.
Everything.
Please, if he asks, can you tell him I'm living there? Oh, I need to do this today. Oh my god.
Okay.
Tove.
You know
And he
what,
just
we
leans
should.
over to Tove and he just grabs Tove's hand and he uses his other one to kind of nestle around Yavari's wrist and says, this is going to be the greatest day of my life.
Okay, then let's do it right now. Let's go.
Well, I'm not expecting him for another couple of hours, so if you would all like to go do your shopping and whatnot first.
Okay.
All right. We'll head over, hopefully in time to witness the look of pure shock and terror on Minister. You can't get rid of your drow blood, Yukon's face. Anyway. Okay, if you guys are ready to go?
Yeah.
Ready to go?
Oh, that reminds me. And he'll sort of reach down to the little house pendant hanging around his waist and he'll lift it up and he's like, did you want this back?
You better keep it.
I meant General Falcon. It is his.
Oh, keep it for right now. I worry that if I take it back now, the guards of the Noble District won't let you in.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
You know,
did hit them
There's crabs nearby.
with the bag of crabs.
I'm not all out of shellfish yet.
Balls of
Mike's
bearing.
clams next.
General Fulvin sighs as he lifts a hand up to pinch the bridge of his nose, and he's like, I'd rather you not end up in prison again. I was lucky I got you out the first time.
Man. I'm just saying, the lobster.
Plan on hitting someone else with shellfish. Please don't get caught that time.
Hey, I was doing fine when I came down that roof. It just happened to be that they saw me on top, and I was going across the rooftop, and it was going to be really cool. Listen, I'm just saying, the lobster slasher has a good ring to it, as far as serial killers go.
Lobster slasher.
Fulvin just you see him kind of smile slightly as he shakes his head. As you say.
All right. Guys, we should let him go have his, whatever the hell it is you do to get ready to talk to the holy people. Yuvari, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, of course, let's go.
And he will just sort of let go of them and kind of trail behind with this semi-stupid, lopsided smile on his face.
All right, you guys will head off into Market Square to go do a little shopping and browsing around. And that is where we are going to take our 10-minute break of the night. As we've been at it for a little while, so it's a good time to get up, get stretches, and get some food if you need any.
Perfect.
At chat, do the same. Gun emoji, or else.
Or else.
Well,
stay hydrated.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Well, then I will talk to you all in here in a minute.
Heck yeah. See you guys in a bit.
Yeah.
Here.
Bye.
Boom. Man, alright. Problems are getting caused. Hell yeah. Yeah, as they do. As you do. So, Nars is just slowly dying, so that's fun. It's getting the sentience sucked out of him. I feel so bad for Tove. It's just like, oh man, so maybe should have sent Arca to go and help babysit X-Sphered. Yes. So Taffy's situation is spiraling. Rust Scale win. Oh my god. Rust Scale just swaps out. He's gonna be at the Dukes. Just watch. We're gonna walk in and Rust Scale's gonna be there already. Just having a meeting with the Duke for some reason. For some reason. This Rust Scale popping up. Oh my god. Just kind of phases out through a wall. Look, next he'll lose his sense of taste, then touch, then he'll lose his ability to talk, then his empathy, then he dies. It's just how X-Spheres do. Yeah, then we'll just cast reincarnation. We come back as a bear or something. Come back as the world's angriest little silkworm or something, Actually, it's probably gotta be something bitey. Nars is a very bitey person. Tells us funny, it gave us a very in-depth view as to what something like this does to people. Yeah, that's true. It's not pretty. Ugh. Man, I should have Taffy just, I don't know, hold some Beast Core, see what happens. That can't go wrong. Oh, I should get Beast Core arrows. Just shoot them into people. It goes through it, except the dying part. Was that Colette, if I remember correctly? Yeah, Colette, yeah. Just shoot people with torture. Okay, maybe that might be going a little too far. Just a smidge. Just a little bit. just it's like, and now I'm going to embed this torture device into you. You think? It'll make a very good deterrent. Mystic Arts is her botching her buff spell and accidentally casting buff plus murder all the things. Oh, that's right. Oh, I remember that. Okay, I will be Rebecca. Okay. Oh, yeah. Honor us with the whoops. I messed up. Boom. Couldn't hookle. But today is the only Tales of character who botched her way into main character. Oh. I thought that was main character for a second there. Or Colette. Have RNGesus take the wheel, but they knowingly let RNGesus take the wheel. Yeah, listen, you know, Colette was just out there doing her best. You know how it is. You know how it is. Poor Colette. I always felt bad for her, which I think was the point. I think that was the point. She was like turning into an angel, right? Raised to be the sacrificial lamb, yeah. Because it was the whole like balance thing where you sacrifice somebody and then, you know, you get to go through prosperity and then the mirror world starts to eat shit. And then they do the same thing and it just bounces back and forth. Okay. No worries, Caden. I do appreciate you sticking through it. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and until next time, take it easy and stay safe out there in those Fey wilds. Okay. The group is ready. We will jump back into it. It is time to see what shenanigans we get up to here. Let's see here. As soon as I hit the right thing, there we go.
Yes.
Then go get one.
Please.
Wow.
You have a Pepsi.
I do. In real life, it's Dr. Pepper, but at the moment it's Beppis.
Oh, yeah.
It's Beppis. It matches. Listen, you have to.
Staria,
Yeah.
can you bring me? Can I'm trapped. Can you bring me a drink?
Wow.
I have a dog buddy. Well, actually, no, he's on my legs. That's just me.
Is it?
You're 4 feet from me.
I can't believe you're a Dr. Pepper household.
I'm actually not. I hate it. It's just what they write. They can hear you. It's okay. I do not have blood. It is
Pepsi
just
all
Dr.
the way.
Pepper. Oh, shut up. My wife, everyone. How come you get to come through my voice, but I don't get to come through your model?
I mean, you can.
Actually, no. I remember that one time I walked in front of your camera when you weren't there, and it started doing weird things.
Yeah.
It became possessed.
It did. It was bending backwards.
It did, yeah. Anyways, hi. Welcome back, everyone.
Wibbles.
Hello.
Welcome. All right. So we left off before our little break. Yavari, Tove, Nershellis, and General Faldvin just finishing up at the smithy, as now the trio is going to head out into town, kill a little time before they head back to the general's home, hopefully in time for his meeting with Minister Yakan. Meanwhile, back at Gnomeland Security. Taffy and Arca, you two have been pretty much hanging out in this little room with Tagira, the guild master of Gnomeland Security, as she has now scribbled on half of this chalkboard in front of you, going over what she considers to be basic runes and glyphs, which for you guys might sound like absolute gibberish.
Oh man. Dang. They're magical locks. Ugh.
Mm-hmm. And she's explaining the basic setup of a glyph and what all of these different circles mean, and if you put a line here, it's good. You put a line here, it's gonna mess the whole thing up.
Excellent. Would she notice or mind if Taffy kind of pulled out his notebook and took some notes?
No, she would be quite fine with that.
Perfect.
Absolutely. And she's at the point now of saying, so we of course use these glyphs as you and your party have found out to place magical seals, locks, alarms, etc. on whatever our clients desire. So I must ask, Taffy, as she turns and looks over to you as you're probably drawing, putting some in your sketch
stuff on
your
my
notebook.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I must know, how did you get past the locks on the windows? Twice, in fact.
Trade secret.
It's a trade secret. Yeah, but she's gonna ask, well, you work for us now. Well, you see, he thinks about it for a minute. Turns out, it's your glyphs are well, let's just put it this way, a little obvious in places, and you encounter a couple of magical, locking mechanisms here. This is why the Padlock Guild preferred more physical locking mechanisms as opposed to magical ones. You have the right magic device, or you know how to mess up a glyph.
That's not my question, Taffy. I want to know how you got through them. I'm quite curious. I I guess I just want to know so that I may better ensure it doesn't happen again.
I see. Okay, so real quick, the glyphs that she's been showing us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they have to be put on the object, or is it like you paint it in the basement and the whole house gets locked down?
So from what you've gathered of what she has explained, it kind of depends on the situation. So she's explained there's a few different ones they use. There are their alarm glyphs, which go on a specific object, usually like the bottom or somewhere unnoticeable, where if it's touched, if it's moved, or like manipulated in any way, in like a magical alarm will go off that alerts the person who cast or who created the glyph that something is being moved. Then there's their individual locks, which are glyphs placed on single items like a chest or drawer that will just lock that specific drawer. And then she's mentioned that in the cases of protecting an entire house or an entire building, they tend to use something a little more complex that does include a main set of glyphs, usually in like the foyer or like a large central room in the house. But she hasn't gone into detail about that yet, as she probably said, oh, it's really complicated stuff, and you'll get to that later.
So Tavison was like, well, me personally, it's always about where you don't lock it down. You may have, locked the windows out, but, the frame sure is, let's call it pliable.
I see. She nods slowly. Okay. Interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. But, in the meantime, did either of you two have any questions so far?
Taffy kind of
Arca's lost as hell.
Poor Arca.
Poor Arca. It's like, and Taffy's making some notes. He's like, I guess I did have a real quick question. These sorts of glyphs, are they, I don't know, susceptible to things like dispel?
Certainly can be. I mean, there are a number of ways that they can be displaced, much like the Padlock Guild's physical locks. There's always some way to break them.
I see. I mean, that's fair enough. How do you deal with those who are trained in, the magical arts?
Oh, when it comes to them trying to break through our wards?
Yeah.
Well, typically, depending on the job, it's... Most of the time, while we do have... Let's say, for example, we'll take Lord Pierpont's house. We set up our central set of glyphs in his basement, as it was a very central location in his home where his guests wouldn't be able to disturb it. And then we set up multiple smaller glyphs along most of the windows or rooms to ensure that the ward was strong and secure over the entire house, or so I thought. And at that point, it's just meant that if some would-be thief happens to find one of them and destroy a glyph, the likelihood of the entire ward breaking is still rather small, as there are many other glyphs still holding it in place. It's much like nailing down a tarp on a broken roof, where you use multiple nails, you're less likely for it to go flying off.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. I got it. Real quick question. Let's say that, you apply the glyphs to, specific areas, but then what if somebody decides to just, I don't know, run through the wall?
She kind of looks at him for a moment. I guess that's one way to get in, yes. Yeah, the walls might have some reinforcement from the warding, but it's... I guess the likelihood of someone doing that is rather slim, so it's not something I've concerned myself with.
Gotcha, fair enough. Just wondering what the coverage of these things are. If I'm going to be selling this stuff, I got to make sure that I am prepared for certain questions,
Of course.
Kind of looks to Arca and's like, hey, Big Bird, you have any questions?
Arca, he's completely lost, but he's trying to pretend he's not completely lost. So he kind of crosses his arms and he tilts his head at the glyphs that she's put on the chalkboard, and he kind of nods and he's like, I think I understand how this overall works. But he doesn't understand at all.
Excellent.
Kind of nods, okay.
Now, is this the only service that the Nomeland Security provides? Just warding glyphs and alarms?
Yes, we'd like to keep our focus rather narrow so it allows us to specialize in it as much as possible.
Gotcha. He's spinning and playing with the his little writing charcoal in one of his paws.
Yeah, and she'll continue as, we like the phrase of quality over quantity.
Well,
tail kind of twitches. Of course, yes. It just, magical components are typically a little difficult to sell to clients, It's always so expensive.
It can be, but a lot of people feel much more secure knowing their home is protected by magical means, where far fewer people are likely to know how to break in.
Yeah, that's true. Not too many people know a whole lot about disabling magic.
Exactly.
But oh yeah, go ahead, Arca.
No, you can go ahead. I'll
Since Daffy's gonna he's gonna pop up and be like, though I do have a bit of a concern. The clientele that I'll be pitching this towards, given that it's magical in nature, do we need to involve, magic specialists? Are we who's the target audience? Seems like this would be, if I'm going to go, let's just, for example, say that I'm in the downtown area near the docks. I don't know if they're going to be able to, let's say, afford these kinds of services. Do we have anything, I don't know, cheaper?
Quite. We're still working on a few other options, but usually our focus is more towards merchants and store owners who might want to ensure their stock and their wares don't go missing from under their noses. Or
wrecked poor people.
Basically, yeah. She'll say, either that, or usually some of the nobles within Leyrid here have been quite eager to take us up on offers.
Gotcha. And just as a clientele list, do you happen to know what other guilds you're currently providing security services towards? Don't want to accidentally resell, anything to a guild that we already have secured, as it were.
None here in Leyrid so far. We've been trying to work out a deal with the Swift Cloaks, though I've yet to be able to have a straight conversation with their newest guildmaster, so that's been at a bit of an impasse for a while.
Interesting. They their new guildmaster's been there for at least a little bit. Can't he
5
just
years, yes.
Yeah, has he just been too busy or
I suppose so. Every time I go over there or send letters to inquire about working something out, I'm either told that he's not available or that he shall get back to me. I've yet to hear back ever since.
Okay. Okay. What nobility do we happen to have sold this to already?
So far, Duke Gabroth is a rather recent client of ours. Some of my proudest work, if I might gloat a little. There's the Lord Fauntleroy as well. It's an odd man, but he was quite keen on ensuring his home was protected. That's been it so far. I've extended an offer out to General Kiraniel as well, yet he's always seemed rather disinterested.
Well, I mean, with the regicide hitting so close to home, you'd think some of these people would be a little bit more interested in keeping themselves secure.
You would think, but I suppose all the nobles just live in their own little worlds, thinking they're untouchable from the castle itself.
All right, well, interesting. The let's see here. He's sort of, tapping his charcoal on the bottom of his chin. Leaving in kind of a streak. He's like, well, I think I have everything I need, at least to start selling this sort of stuff. Do we have a name for any of these?
That's a good question. No, we like to keep it simple. We have the warding glyphs, the individual locks, or the entire home wards for those who want full protection.
Okay, so just glyphs. Got it.
Mhm.
Glyphs and wards. All right. Easy enough. Well, if I do have any questions, am I free to come back and ask them?
Absolutely, you are more than welcome. And I am so glad to have you here amongst us now, Taffy.
Of course, absolutely. It's actually good just, have a job again.
I'm sure.
Well, one question. Considering there's been all these attempts on the Queen's life, has she come to you before for, security? Or...
Not yet. It seems she's just intent on upping the guard around the castle, though I have been trying to extend offer out to her. I mean, the Queen herself, I would be more than happy to work out a deal, but I have not yet heard back from her.
Well, I hope she sees sense eventually. It's
Me both.
dangerous times for her, it seems.
Mhm.
Another question. For your alarm glyphs, does that rely entirely on, the person who drew the glyphs, being around or on call to alert that something's up?
Not quite. And she'll kind of reach into a pocket and she'll pull out what looks to be kind of a very flat, round stone. You can see on the side that she shows you, there is currently a a very simple looking white glyph on it, very similar to one of the ones she had drawn up on the board. And she'll say, usually for our alarm glyphs, we can either alert the person who created the glyph, or we make these sort of portable alarms, as it were. So when the item that has been marked is disturbed, this stone will make a odd vibration almost to tell you that it has been set off. If you are trying to refer back to Lord Pierpont's party, I was merely there because he just wanted some extra help for the evening, since he knew he'd be having such eccentric guests.
Well, that is very understandable then. Okay. Then note that down, Taffy, for when you're making your sales pitches.
Absolutely.
Alright,
does write that
that's
down.
all I had. Very well then. That was all I had to ask about.
Well, then you are welcome back at any time. If you have any questions, you're welcome to ask myself, or the gnome who helped you up the front desk is... who was up there today? Should be Roman.
Ramen noodles. All right.
Ramen.
No! Ramen.
Middle name instant noodle.
No. If you need anything, you're more than welcome to ask. And I'm usually here teaching every other day or so. Otherwise, there are other guild members who would be happy to show you the ropes.
Most appreciated. Well, thank you very much, and I hope we'll be seeing more of each other soon.
Indeed. Take care.
With that, Taffy snaps his book closed and leaves. Or he starts to leave anyway.
He's just out.
He's just out. He's got sales to make.
All right, yeah.
Sales.
So you guys head out of Gnomeland Security.
Okay. So the second we leave the building, they kind of walk down the road a bit, and he kind of turns to look to make sure he's not being followed by any other gnomes or anything like that.
Nope, it is clear.
So he's got this shit-eating kitty grin on his face as he kind of leans to towards Ark as they're walking down the road, and they're like, those idiots. They didn't have us sign anything. The only person who knows our name is Little Miss Pinkhair, and she was the only one who had a conversation with us. If anyone asks, it's her word versus ours. So if enough of us say that we didn't sign nothing, we don't work for nobody, then it'll make her look like a fool. Now all we gotta do is go and dismantle all their security. God, that was so easy. We just walked in and she just gave it to us. Holy crap!
You would think
wiggle.
the security
What an idiot!
would be a bit
No joke. It's not like someone comes up to me. I'm not going to tell them how we make our puzzle locks or anything like that. Dang. He's laughing to himself. He's doing it as quietly as he can. As he's waving around his little notebook. Oh yeah, I guess we should get our story straight here. If anyone asks what we were talking to her about, let me see what her name was. Tagaira. Yeah. It was mostly to just a friendly greeting from the Padlock Guild. You know how it is. One of their agents pops into town. It's always it's customary to go and say hi.
Sure, yeah.
Sure, yeah. Man, didn't have us sign a thing.
Yeah, weird. No, not weird, but dumb move for a security guild.
Oh, you know what the
Like-
best part is? Yeah, like they just let anyone walk in. It was just anyone who walks in just says, I want a job. Okay, I guess I did, spice it up with the, ex-Padlock Guild nonsense, but they didn't even ask me any questions. Like, they didn't want to know, like, any padlock secrets, just how I busted open some windows. That would make sense, though. Dang, I didn't even think of glyphs.
You didn't think of glyphs, like, at the party? Or...
Yeah, at the part when I was messing with the windows. I just thought they were like, I don't know, some kind of magic. I knew it was some kind of magic, but I didn't think it was glyphs. Easy to dismantle though now. And the best part is now I can link them to working with the Duke, who's, wrapped up in all this mess. Oh, it's gonna just absolutely tank their entire guild. Oh, they're gonna be crawling out of this one. He's just laughing to himself. Like he's just super smug right now.
Suddenly hear a voice speak up. What was that about the Duke?
Like Tabby literally jumps and flies forward like a couple of feet. Just
Can't find his
cat
token.
noises.
Wait, where is he? Shit, oh, it's this guy. There he is.
Oh no!
Oh, no!
Just makes
You're
cat like
so rude.
just cat for flies. Taffy makes cat yelp. Just jumps forward. Just like spins around. Is like his pupils are dilated.
Poor Taffy. Kairos Ruscale, Inspector Ruscale himself has come walking up to you guys and it's like, what are you doing hanging around Gnome Land Security?
Oh, Ruscale, Detective Ruscale, how are you doing today? I didn't know you were in town.
Well, yes, I live here.
He freezes. He's like, oh, you live here. I didn't know that. I must have missed that. Need to write that down later. Just passing through. Just friendly guild competition, as it were.
I see. Well, you'll be up against some tough ones there with Gnome Land Security. They've got about this whole city on lockdown.
Yeah, lockdown. Yeah, listen, but they're always people are always looking. It's just guild business, just.
Perhaps you're here trying to find out how they sealed the manor.
Oh. Now, why would I do that? I am an upstanding. I work for a guild. Are you accusing me of something, sir?
Oh, it's just rather odd how I find you at the scene of a crime that Gnome Land Security helped to seal, and now you are here harassing them for information.
I have
Not
harassed.
harassment.
Odd.
I have harassed no
the
one, good
harassment.
detective. I was just in town. I was just at, you go up, you talk to your competitors, talk business a little bit, get a little jab in at each other over a little, course of a couple conversations. Of course, I'm in town here to do business, to sell some padlock gear. Nothing suspicious. Just trying to win some customers over. They don't have a monopoly over the city now, do they? I am allowed to legally sell my equipment to those who are interested in purchasing it.
Yes, because that's what you're doing.
Of course, what else would I be doing, detective?
Sometimes I wonder, Cat.
He just kind of he's composed himself a little bit more now that, surprise Russ scale. He's like, okay, I'm in public, I'm in the street, everyone can, there's an audience, all right. We got witnesses. It's like, detective, I'm sure if I was doing anything illegal, you would have certainly found out by now. which, unless you have a warrant for my arrest, I unfortunately have some business, or fortunately for me, I have some business to attend to in the Noble District.
I'm watching you, Taffy. So he'll just kind of turn around and just start like walking off down the street.
After he's out of eyesight, Taffy leans over on his knees and just lets out an exasperated breath like, why? He's everywhere. Oh.
Arca like watches him go, and then like he like turns back to Taffy, jerks his thumb over his shoulder. He's like, "Who was that jerk off?"
Oh, that's right. He's Detective Kairos Rustscale. He's been on me forever. He does not trust the Padlock Guild, specifically me. He thinks we're all a bunch of thieves with, and he, Taffy kind of mumbles. He's like, he's been trying to put me behind bars for quite some time. He's been basically everywhere, just popping out of nowhere. It's like as Taffy now starts to look over his shoulder, like Kairos gonna just apparate. He hasn't been able to do so yet, but man, he's getting. The situations are not ideal. Let's put it that way.
Well, yeah, given he lives here, sounds like it.
Didn't even know he lived here. Oh, that's awful. Oh, we really need to get this whole debacle situated, and I really need to get out of town.
Yeah, this town sucks anyway.
Oh, the last thing I need to do is end up in a prison, like in another continent.
Again.
Oh, just like okay, Arca, you keep an eye out for Mr. Rustscale over there, okay? Like I can't be getting caught with him around.
On it, buddy. Bird's eye view.
Thank you. Oh. He was at the party too. Like, dang, I was so close to getting nabbed.
Oh, yeah. Given what we were doing at the party, yeah.
He can never know. He will never know. You understand?
Of course. My beak is sealed.
Oh, thank you, Arca. You are the truest friend. If he nabs me for like literally anything, he's going to use that to basically try and just burn down the entire Padlock Guild. I can't have that happen, man. I can't.
Yeah, you can't do that to your girlfriend, can you?
Taffy, like, his tail kind of shoots out and he's like, we didn't need to bring her into this.
Bring her into this.
Because you are such a good friend, I will let that one slide this time.
Arca's
Taffy's
just
got
like
a
openly
girlfriend.
laughing.
So they're like, oh my god, secrets are so hard. Oh. Alright, we should head back to the general's manor before, somebody else pops out of the woodwork.
Yeah, let's get moving and yeah. Let's get moving.
Let's get moving. The Taffy's like, he kind of does like some 360s as he's walking, just kind of spins around every now and again. Just he's spooked. He's been spooked. He's been railed.
Has been indeed. All right. So yeah, you guys start heading back towards the Noble's Quarter, and as Taffy, as you do kind of one of your 360s over here in the market, you don't see Rustscale, But you do see a very familiar furry friend that you guys had spoken with earlier heading towards
Oh,
you
boy.
guys.
Oh, baby.
And, as Samoya comes, she, meets your eyes, looks really excited for a moment as her tail, wags behind her as she, picks up the pace. You can see, she's carrying a pretty sizable bag over one shoulder that rests against her hip as she, hurries to catch up to you guys, waving to try and get your attention.
Taffy, is she coming towards us or is she falling behind us?
She's probably coming from the direction that you guys have been in, towards No Land Security. She's running towards you guys. Yeah.
So Taffy will just abruptly stop, and he kind of smiles, and he puts his hands on his hip, and he just he's gonna wait. He's got his little kitty grin going on.
Such a gentleman.
Such
Right?
Right.
And as she comes, bounding back up to you guys, she's got, this big grin on her face as she's like, "Oh, Taffy, little kitty, nice to meet up with you again. I was afraid I would miss you."
Oh yeah, we just got done with, and you'll never believe this, just got done with No Land Security. They had us, I walked right in, they didn't have me assign a thing. Met with the guild, met with the guild hall leader, showed us exactly how their glyphs work.
What an idiot!
I know, right? Dang. Man, this will be easy. By the way, just in case, they do know my name. I might have to change it again. Don't worry, I'll let you know if I do.
That's a shame.
Yeah, I kind of like Taffy.
Me too. It's very fitting for you.
He kind of kitty grin intensifies. Tail kind of wags. And so he's like, yeah, it's gonna be her word against ours when when inevitably she's gonna eventually find out. I think her name was I gotta say this every time. Tagira? Yeah, something like that.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah. If she comes in saying that there was some kind of disagreement or that I'm violating some kind of rule or law, it's we're just gonna say that no one could prove anything.
Sounds like a good plan to me, but she'll pat the bag at her side. I didn't know if you were interested in going to see the Duke now or later, but I've got everything that we need.
Perfect. I can always count on you, Sam. Thank you so much. We should probably. Oh. He kind of wiggles a little bit in place. He's like, "Oh man, you know." Mm-hmm. We should probably wait for my other consultants before we go and approach the Duke at the General's Manor. We want to make sure we have maximum coverage before, and plus I want to go over these glyphs. I kind of want to mess up as many of these as we possibly can while we're perusing the Dukes.
Yes, I want to get all of these notes from you.
Oh, perfect. Oh, I'm gonna publish a book with all these in here. Dang.
You really should.
He's almost skipping back to the General's.
Oh my god. And as you guys are walking, you're heading towards the Nobles District. Yavari, Tove, and Narcellis. You guys were kind of hanging around Market Square for a bit, checking out some of the shops. But there's kind of another area of shops a little closer to the Nobles Quarter, just outside of it, where probably some of the noble shop or some of the more wealthy people of the city go for their goods and such. And as you guys are walking towards that particular area, you might happen to notice there's...
Oh, hang on.
Oh, yeah.
You cut out hard.
Oh, did I? Oh, hi. Am I alive now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear any of it, or shall I just start from the beginning?
There was like a 5-second gap of silence.
Oh, weird. Okay. Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, so okay, I'll just start over. So Yavari, Narcellus, and Tove. You guys were hanging around Market Square for a while around all the stalls around the temple, but decide that you're going to check out another area of shops a little closer to the Nobles' Quarter, as it's somewhere you guys probably hadn't been yet, and you know there's usually a wider selection of items and such over in that certain little shopping district. And as you're heading up the incline that leads towards the gate to the Nobles' Quarter, as well as the kind of market area where Narcellus had the infamous crab incident, you guys might notice a little ways up ahead, through the crowds of people that are already now starting to cram into the streets as the morning has gone on. You'll notice that there's a fairly familiar-looking green bird walking to what seems to be a tabaxi, along with a new canine friend that seems to be looming almost a foot taller than Taffy.
Uh-oh.
As they are heading towards the Nobles district. Nobles Quarter.
Bar goes, I wonder if that's Taffy's girlfriend.
Oh my god, just jump right to it.
Are you insane? Yeah. That's a dog.
It's a dog.
That's a dog.
Dogs can get along.
Don't you think you're jumping the gun a little too soon here?
Listen, you know what? Tove and Ari have got me matchmaking in my head.
Yeah, well, I think maybe you should get it out of your head. So it just kind of waves her off. And besides, Taffy doesn't seem like the sort who has those kind of feelings. I'm pretty sure he's in a relationship with these padlocks.
He's married to his work.
You're right.
Quite literally. There's a marriage certificate somewhere that says Taffy Padlock. It's legally binded.
Besides, can you imagine even going out with somebody like that? Like, you go to a fancy restaurant, you sit down, the waiter comes over, and immediately he's like, so, what kind of security you got in a place like this?
You know,
he would just
I'm
get
sure Taffy
so
can
annoyed.
talk about. I'm sure Taffy can talk about something other than his padlock.
You're so right.
I don't
you're so right.
know. I mean, it feels like it's about 80% of the conversation sometimes, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, I've learned a lot about
You're so right, being so wrong.
Look, just imagine we finally get to meet the queen, and he kneels before her, and he just goes, you wouldn't happen to be in the market for some padlock security, would you? Here, let me just make my way over to the castle windows so I can break through them and demonstrate how our product works.
Oh my God.
You know what? That actually does sound like Taffy.
Mm-hmm.
You know? That sounds like something he'd do.
Mm-hmm. You know, I was halfway hoping when he was in Faldman's house that when he tried to break through that window, it wouldn't work, and then he'd be stuck outside.
And you'd have to do the walk of shame from the entrance.
Exactly.
Oh man,
That'd be so funny, actually.
And he'll kind of make his way over to some of the stalls. A familiar-looking halfling stall. He doesn't make eye contact with the owner at all. He's kind of perusing what's over there. He's kind of like, not Taffy, Tove. You know, you never did actually answer my question about what it is you're planning to do when we're done here.
I don't have an idea. And she kind of just, I don't actually really know.
And he'll cast a glance back to her and be like, I don't suppose that Runarian would want to be a farmer.
I don't. But maybe you don't know. Maybe he secretly likes farming, and he just hasn't told anybody about it.
I just can't see this man with a hoe in his hands going at some dirt.
I mean, he is a wood elf. I mean, maybe it would be a different type of garden. I mean, there's hope.
Tree farm.
A tree farm, yeah.
That
could work.
And how many kids are y'all gonna have?
Oh, no, Shellis, I don't want to.
I don't want to talk about this.
I don't know. You strike me as like I gotta have at least one boy, one girl kind of person. Just saying.
You know, he does have a point.
Sorry. Listen,
You do have that kind of vibe about you.
Would I like to have children? Yes. Is this really a topic for us to be discussing when we're standing in front? No,
Yes,
it's not.
It's very important. Yes, it is. Don't avoid the question.
Okay. So, let me ask you a question. You have to answer it truthfully.
Okay.
How long have you had the names of your kids picked out?
No.
Oh.
So
Tove just tenses up. This doesn't want to answer.
Maybe since I was
Yep.
yeah, maybe since I was 7.
And how many were there?
That is a very personal question that I'm not going to answer.
Wow, okay. If it makes you feel better, I am not planning on falling in love or having kids. So, there you go.
Oh, so great. You'll be like a built-in babysitter.
What?
Yeah.
Why would that make us feel better?
You did great with those other kids.
Yeah.
Right,
Exactly.
yeah.
Well, Yavari, I just wanted
You're very...
Yavari, I just wanted you to feel better about being a spinster.
Wow.
damn.
Yavari looks like she's gonna hit him.
The
Tove
spicy,
literally has her hand over
the
to stop
sass.
herself.
Them's fighting words.
He sort of crosses his arms and looks at her like, are you really gonna do it?
Yavari just kind of glares at him. It's clearly a very sensitive topic.
Oh.
Before she just turns around.
So anyway, Tove, you and your boyfriend, I'm guessing you're gonna be... Well, actually, he pauses, he's like, I guess if I'm living in the Kuranu estate, eventually you're gonna be living there too, once you guys, you know.
Listen, we've literally just started being like, maybe this is a thing. Like,
I don't know, I heard the L word last night.
okay, yes. That was said.
Disgusting.
Oh, God. Why were you
What?
listening?
We aren't serious. We're just discovering our relationship. I love you. I love you.
And at this point, Tove is just like getting so fed up with this, she's just gonna turn and like turn away from whatever little shopping like stall they're looking at and like look directly at the two of them. And she's going to be like, okay, fine. I told Runarian that I loved him, and he said that he loved me back. And I don't know what the future is gonna hold for us, but hopefully it's good. And you guys should support us. And that's all I'm gonna say on this matter.
How is us not hoping that you have kids and get married being supportive?
Okay, I guess it was supportive.
Yeah! Anyway, are you ready to go see Minister Yukon?
No, I'm not.
I am.
Actually, this entire day has really just... Well, there's a lot going on. Let's just go.
was gonna say, I'm sorry for inconveniencing you.
You didn't inconvenience. It's fine.
Anyway, shall we get clean? I think I saw Taffy a little bit ago. After all.
Yeah.
Well, what about
Taffy.
you, Miss Yavari?
It's ready to go. She's just kind of chilling out. But still a little pissed at Narshellis' comment, but like she doesn't say anything.
Okay. Tove will just give her like a gentle pat on the shoulder and say, "It's okay. You'll find love eventually."
Mm.
Tell you what, Yavari.
What?
By the time you're 40, which you're not 40 yet, right?
No!
Tell you what. By the time you're 40, if you're not with someone, I will move in with you and take care of you until you die.
Oh.
That should be
No,
like
thank you.
Good.
50?
No, thank you. How about no?
How about no?
How about when you fall in love, eventually, maybe, who knows with you, you can take care of your partner.
Oh, that's not gonna happen. Besides, I've still got like 300 years to go through, so...
Oh yeah, that's right. You know, when you're 300 and I'm dead, I'm gonna haunt you.
Did
And I'm gonna whisper in your ear. I'm gonna say to you, as my ghost will come up from the 9 circles of hell and say, "Wow, you're older than me, you bag of bones." And then I will go away.
Did you forget that I was a half-elf?
No, I didn't forget.
He just gives her this look like, what? Anyway, let's...
Well, anyways, when I'm dead and you're 300, you're gonna be older than me, and then I can make fun of you for being ancient.
You're going to be dead.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm gonna haunt you. My ghost is going to haunt you and then torment you about your age.
Oh my god.
You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna die young.
Fine by me.
Besides, it's probably not that far off. Anyway, shall we...
As Tove, as the two of them are kind of bickering back and forth over the matter of age, you know, you might get a little distracted as you're kind of looking around, half looking at them, half looking around. And you might notice off to the side, tucked against like one of the buildings in the shade, is a dragonborn sitting on like a little wooden stool over in this spot. I'm just gonna put you guys over here. It's fine. You kind of notice, like, he doesn't really catch your attention at first. He's got like a little group of kids in front of him, maybe about like half a dozen or so, as he seems to be telling them a story. He's like very animated in how he moves with his arms and hands, and his face is like lit up with emotion. And like the one thing that catches your attention about him is that he appears to be wearing a pair of red spectacles upon his nose. And his eyes, you notice, if you look at him long enough, are pure white. Do you even remember this NPC you gave me?
Oh yeah, I do. I love
Who
him
is
so
this?
much.
Oh.
He has such a sweet place in Tove's heart.
Yeah, you notice he's just sitting off to the side. Apparently he's telling a story to some kids.
Oh, I think Tove is just gonna like kind of walk over and just kind of like listen in, and like she doesn't want to interrupt the story.
Like as you wander over, Yuvari and Narcellis going at each other about Yavari being old.
Tova's just literally
I'm
given up
almost
on trying to.
29.
Tova's just given up on like trying to stop them from fighting at this point.
It's like it's a lost cause.
Right,
Tove can hear in the background. I'm 29. You infant.
You know what? We'll see who's an infant in about 100 years. How about that?
And then Tove has disappeared.
Say bye.
And as you go over to listen in, you realize he's about probably at the end of a story. As his arms like spread wide, and he kind of makes this motion of almost like they're supposed to be wings. As he says, and then the great Bahamut took off into the skies with a mighty roar of victory as he has laid low his enemies. And all the kids are all just like, ooh, ah, all very enraptured by whatever story it is that he was telling about the dragonborn god. He says, and off he flew into the sunset to meet once more with his beloved Tiamat. And so they would live happily ever after. Kids are like, yay! As they all clap their hands, enjoying a happy ending.
Oh, my man.
Right, doing his best. And then, he kind of makes a little shooing motion towards them as, probably a couple of parents were kind of hanging around waiting for their kids. It's like, oh, all right, off you go. That's it for today. And, the kids disperse back off home or back to their parents. And then he happens to see you, Tove, and he gives like this big toothy grin as he stands from his seat. It's like, oh, is that you, Tove?
And Tove just got like this like ridiculously like stupid smile on her face. Like she's seeing someone she hasn't seen in a while, but someone who's very dear to her, and she just sort of like holds open her arms and she's like, oh, Stannis, yes, hello, oh my goodness, I didn't think I was going to see you here in Valgard.
Yes, I've been quite all over the place lately, really. Just came to Valgard, actually, just a few days ago.
Oh, interesting. Why did you, is it just, on the path of your many travels?
You could say that.
Well,
oh,
There we go.
Winod?
I'm back. I'm sorry.
Hi.
Discord had a heckin' crash there for a minute.
Oh god, we all died.
Don't worry, we're coming
Yeah.
back. It's okay.
Everyone's dead.
Everyone's
I
dead.
can't believe they all died.
And then they all died.
I
The
know.
story
I
was
can't trust those
And that was
storytellers.
the end of the
the
campaign.
storyteller has too much story.
Yeah, right? Just TPK'd the whole party. Yeah.
I'm working on it.
I'm sorry, Tove, what were you saying?
Oh, no, Tova just, she, asked him and said, like, well, were you just, stopping, like, was Valgard on your, route somewhere, or?
Yes, I was intent on going back to Drake Mountain. Just figured I'd stay here for a little while. Get my land legs back after being on a ship for so long. But what brings you into the city?
Oh, I'm just here with some friends, and she'll sort of, like, look back over her shoulder at Shellis and Yavari, who are I'm assuming they're still, like, in the middle of their little tiff.
Are they still in their arguments, or have you guys made amends at this point? Not amends, but...
They're probably still arguing.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, going back and forth.
Yeah, so Toph will just sort of look back over at them and then kind of realize it's probably it's probably not a good idea to introduce them to Stannis at this point in time. And so she'll just turn back to him and she'll say, yeah, I'm here with some friends. We're here on just some sort of business.
And from the background, you'll hear Narcellus just shout, "That's what you get, you old bat!"
Oh my god.
What did he say, you little twat?
They're going through a little bit of a rough patch right now, but it's okay.
I see. Well, I hope they can patch things up soon. But regardless, I mean, do you intend to keep traveling? I'd recommend not going around the coast right now. I left and the place is in a bit of a mess.
Oh, what's been going on?
A lot of the Aarakocra in the area seem to be getting rather concerned about the Garuda, who has made his home up there in the coast. I heard something about some of their youngest have not been able to get their blessings. Is a tradition for their people.
And Toph will kind of make a mental note of that and say, well, that does sound awful. I hope everything is able to get sorted out.
You and me both.
So, you said you're headed to Drakemount after Valgard?
Yes, I was going to stay here for maybe another week or two before I move onward. It's been some time since I've been there.
It's doing pretty well, all things considering. So, and I'm sure.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just going to say I'm sure Nora would love to have you.
Oh, good. She's still there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Well, I will be more than happy to see her, but I won't leave you from your friends too long. I think you may want to keep them from getting in too much of a fight. I think your half-elf looks about ready to grab one of those crabs.
Yeah, you're probably right. Wouldn't want to have a run-in with the city guard, so.
Yes. But we'll catch up again later, I'm sure.
Of course. It's really good to see you.
Yes, you too, Tove. You take care, all right?
You too. And she'll sort of head back over to her friends.
Mm-hmm. So, hopefully Yavari and Narcellus will cease as Tove rejoins them. Or at least pause for a moment.
Narcellus pauses, sure. But at the moment, he has... hold on, Eliza, I gotta send this.
Oh no.
Okay.
Thank you. So, he's got one hand on her wrist, the other one on her upper arm. Her arm is literally between, part of it, the part of her wrist is between his teeth. And he is seconds from biting down as Tove walks up, and he just freezes, looking up at this blonde woman.
And she is going to stay right back at him. Oh,
do what?
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah,
no,
Yuvari
you go. Eliza,
is about to walk him in the jaw for trying to bite her.
and Tove is just going to stare at the two of them and sort of just give this huge just sigh of oh, why me? Gods, why me? And then she's just going to say, we should really get going, and just sort of walk past them towards the gate to the noble quarters.
He'll let go of Yubari with like this. He'll just look at her and be like, "You won't be so lucky next time." Following after Toe.
He was this close to getting a broken nose. So close.
So close.
Just roll for initiative.
So close.
But you see, like, she looks at Nershos and just gives him like a little smile. It's like, I will. That whole "I'm watching you, you're watching me" movement with your hand. She gives him like a smile.
He just rolls his eyes and keeps following Toe.
Alright, you guys will head inside, trailing quite a ways behind now, Taffy and Arca, and Taffy's padlock, Gildy. And Yavari, Narshellis, and Tove, as you guys head into the noble quarter, you cut past the watchtower, through the buildings, and around the corner. As you are walking down the road, you'll see, walking the other way, on the other side of the road, a very familiar man, dressed in black robe.
Oh no.
With slicked back hair. He's got a mustache. And whatnot is the Minister Yukon.
There he is.
Yeah, he's just walking at a very slow and very nonchalant pace. Like he is not in a hurry whatsoever.
I hate this man.
he doesn't even really give. No, actually, I take that back. He notices you guys. He looks.
Gee, I wonder why.
Raises an eyebrow, but he says nothing. He'll just continue walking.
It takes every ounce of energy in Narshellis' body to not yell something. And you will see it in how he carries himself. Suddenly every muscle is tensed up. And he just looks at Tove, just whispers, "I could do it."
No one would know.
No one would. And Tove, who obviously is now feeling very uncomfortable just because of Minister Yukon being there. Her speed of the way of how fast she is walking is steadily increasing. She's just getting faster and faster. She's like, if I can just get to General Baldwin's house.
He looks at you. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
He looks at you, and he says the same thing. He just goes, "I could do it."
I know you could, and I would support you.
Would you?
You know what? He's a racist. Racists don't get pity for me.
So, as Minister Yukon walks by, Narshellis will kind of spin around on his heel, lift up one of his hands and say, "Oh, good afternoon, Minister."
Minister will stop, turn properly to look at the three of you, as just a small smile will appear on his face as he says, "Interesting part of town for you all to be hanging about. Wouldn't loiter too long if I were you three."
This guy.
Narshellis will just suddenly grin from one ear to the next. And it's a toothy, sharp, snaggletooth little grin. And he says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I suppose word hasn't gotten around yet. I live here."
Oh, no.
I find
You
that
very
rather hard to believe.
he'll just reach down as he's walking backwards and just sort of lift up and twirl the little house symbol he's got hanging from his belt and give him like this sly little wink.
He'll like just look at Narcellus for a long moment, still that pleasant smile on his lips as he just inclines his head slightly and says, for all I know, that could be some sort of fake.
Oh, Yavari. Oh.
Taupe is just like almost in a dead like jog right now.
The minister will just say, be careful who you go showing that to, Drow. And he'll turn and continue down the road.
Ooh, is that a threat?
Oh.
We're gonna leave it.
Is that a threat, minister?
We're just oh god.
He doesn't respond. Just keeps walking.
Oh, I hate this guy.
Coward.
Just reaches up and pinches the bridge of his nose. Do you know? I would be okay going to jail. I would survive. You guys wouldn't survive, but I think I'd survive in prison.
Taupe is just
As
shaking her
Minister
head, like,
Yukon is... Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying. So Taupe was just like shaking her head, like, "No, I would not survive in prison."
As Minister Yukon is walking away, Yavari like throws up a middle finger behind his back.
Yeah.
Marcellus kind of looks at Yavari and he's like, "What are you doing with your hand?"
This is a gesture of great offense to most people.
He looks down at his hand and he tries to get his finger to do that, but it's like he's never done it before, so they don't want to stay. He's just like, I see.
Can Yavari like grab his hand?
Yep.
Yeah. So she's gonna carefully and gently like take his hand in hers and then help him make a middle finger.
Excellent.
That's how you do it.
Oh.
He's just like, okay, I think I'm getting the hang of it. Okay, so like this. And he just holds it up as he walks through the front door.
Exactly.
It's like, okay, so this is how this works.
Yeah, and it's basically like a giant fuck you.
Oh, I get it, because it looks like, okay.
Yeah.
We have learned.
Yavari is not a good influence. She never claimed to be a good influence. Not once. Not ever.
Taupe, look what I can do with my hand.
No, but you should not be doing that in the house. Narcellus.
No. Look, the two little finger. Look, I get it.
No, okay, yes, but you shouldn't be doing that in the house. Can you please put your hand down before somebody else sees this? Thank you.
Yeah, as you guys enter the Carannul estate, Taffy and Arca, when you guys came back, because you also passed by Minister Yukon as he was just leaving, but I imagine he completely ignores you guys.
Like, Taffy doesn't know really who he is.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, some dude. Just walking.
Yeah, pretty much.
And where would you guys go once you got into the house?
All right, so is the dining room clear?
Yeah, all the food has been cleared out. The table currently sits empty, other than maybe like a little centerpiece in the middle with like a couple of candles decorated with like leaves and flowers.
Perfect. So Taffy's going to immediately try and find like some paper or something he can draw on and just like start spreading it all over the dining table.
I'm sure Samoya probably just hands you some, just takes it out of her little bag.
My girl. All right, so It's like, oh, thank you. And he's gonna go and start copying down the glyphs and like, you know, the various sizes and, you know, how they look and all that stuff. He's prepping it because first of all, he's gonna wait until someone magical like, you know, Yavari, or, you know, he doesn't really know how magic works. So basically anyone who can cast magic, which he's seen the rest of his party cast magic. He's like, he's gonna, you know, make sure, he's gonna try and hope to get these verified to make sure they're actually magical in nature. And then he's gonna go over how to dismantle every single one of them with the rest of the party. So that's what he's prepping to do.
Okay. Excellent. So yeah, you guys do that. Arca, what are you up to?
He is basically just waiting, so yeah, he takes a chair at the dining table, props his feet up, and chills until everyone else gets here.
You know what? He's valid.
Right.
Exactly.
Imagine, you know, while Taffy, you've got paper spread out on one part of the dining table. Samoya like puts the bag down and starts to like kind of sort through it and like takes a few things out as she's like checking nothing got damaged on the way over. You know, she's got like the few scarabs you asked her to bring. She's got like some trick locks, a couple puzzle locks, only like a few other things. She's just sorting it all out. Yeah, it's not long afterwards then. Yavari, Narcellis, and Tove, you guys come into the house.
You
know, the dining
on the table.
Yeah, you guys like probably step inside like the main foyer entrance room. There's no one here, but you hear like noises from the dining room. So you go in, check it out to see that the rest of your party is there, or at least most of it, along with a red husky woman who's got a whole bunch of weird looking locks sitting in front of her on the table.
Yep, Taffy's just busy drawing on the table. He hasn't noticed anybody yet.
Marshall will just kind of walk up beside Taffy and just sort of look at the drawing with his head tilted very slightly to the side. And what is it he's drawing exactly?
The glyphs that
so
a bunch of magic circles, basically.
Marshall is going to look at one and he's going to say, "Are you trying to turn someone into a spider?"
Taffy freezes and he's like,
why would that be your first?
He bristles up and he's like, wait a minute. And so he kind of turns and looks at Nars like, oh, well, first of all, welcome back. Second of all, what?
Oh, it's just the temples and noble estates where I'm from. We have magic circles like wards, except if you step on them, you can't really see them if you're not used to it. He'll stop and he'll look at everyone like he's confused why they're confused. He's like, you turn into a spider.
So Taffy stops. He kind of straightens up. He's just looking Nars dead in the eye, and he's like, so this circle right here, this ward, turns people into spiders.
No.
Oh.
No, he'll look at it. He's like, not that one. No, but he'll stop. He'll tilt himself inside. So he's like, I mean, it can be modified to turn someone into a spider quite easily.
That's terrifying.
Taffy starts laughing. So Gnomeland
Are
security.
you okay?
Oh, I'm better. Okay, this links Gnomeland security to your people's magic.
I'm sorry. What?
And so he's just smiling. He's like pointing at these glyphs right here. These are the types of security wards that Gnomeland security puts in people's homes.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can modify them to erect shields or barriers. You're missing a polymorph glyph. You Are you trying to turn people into spiders?
Well, no, that wasn't my original intent, but this confirms that they didn't try and pull a fast one on me, which is even more hilarious. I'm not the fact that these
What
can
an
be
idiot.
easily. I know, right? And the
Wait,
fact
so
that these
did
can
they
be. Yeah, they just let
did
me
they
walk
just
right
give
in.
you these?
They did. They had me sign nothing. I just walked in there, talked to their guild leader, which is our friend. Now he's seen everybody. He points to Yavar, and he's like, "Remember the pink-haired gnome lady?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, she's the guild branch leader here in Valgard for Gnomeland Security. What a
Oh,
pleasant lass she
interesting.
was. Yeah, and she just handed me all of this information. And the fact it can be modified to polymorph people into spiders.
I mean, why are you laughing?
Do you really? You know what we could do with this? I could mess with their glyphs in any other homes and man.
Okay, Taffy.
Yeah.
Think of the implications of you messing with people's wards to turn them into spiders.
Okay, well, can it be can it be like half a spider, maybe like a spider leg? Maybe you put it on like a timer or something like that. Just nothing permanent.
I mean, if you figure out the polymorph glyph, you could always turn them into something different. I mean, I don't see any sort of incantation to loath here, so...
This is perfect. I could, all right, maybe I'm being a little vindictive towards the Gnomeland security, but the possibilities are there.
Samoya
You
will.
want to
I
modify...
like where you're heading with that.
Samoya will finally perk up and be like, "What? Didn't we only want to learn how they work? I don't think turning people into spiders is really going to help."
No, we're not turning them into spiders. Hold on, no, Taffy, you have an idea. Hold on. So, for example, let's just say that we wanted to turn someone into... He's really getting into it and just sort of, going back and forth. He's like, into... Toad, what was the animal you mentioned earlier? Sheep. What if we wanted to turn people into sheep?
Oh man, what an unfortunate series of accidents. Gnomeland security accidentally turning a whole bunch of people into sheep with their security services. Man, I can just hear the criers in town now. Not that we would. We wouldn't do that.
Of course not.
Yeah, of course not.
I normally would not support something like this, but Taffy.
Yeah.
I've wanted to turn someone into something for so long.
Oh my goodness. And listen, as a member of the Padlock Guild, I of course wouldn't know how any of these things work. I don't work for Gnomeland security.
Exactly.
Not that I would put this anywhere and use this
Of
information.
course.
Yeah, of course not.
And it's not like you just happen to know a sorcerer who might accidentally misplace a glyph or two.
Oh, of course not. If they're just so willing to hand out this information, who am I to I'm not in control of any of this. It's
Exactly.
As a matter of fact, if you could just walk over here and look at some of these other wonderful glyphs and wards I just happen to have drawn on the table over here.
He'll just sort of make his way around.
In fact, if everyone would like to come on over here, this will be very important when we're trying to convince the Duke that the current glyphs and wards he have are quite inappropriate as a security means to keep him safe at night.
What is Arca doing? How is Arca feeling?
How's Arca feeling?
You know what? Fuck it. They deserve to turn into spiders. It's mostly assholes anyway.
We support it.
Yeah.
How's Tove feeling about all this as well?
Oh, there is so much happening.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Tove is a little overwhelmed, but she's interested in learning the glyphs, so she's gonna make her way over there to figure out what's going on.
Also, so then I'm going to direct this question at Yavari. Is she looking at the glyphs that Taffy is like sharing with everyone?
She is. She's thoroughly examining them while
I'd
also
like-
supporting totally not a crime at all.
I'd like you to roll an Arcana check for me.
Oh, I should probably have my character sheet open, huh?
That's fine. It's been a very lax sort of session today, so it's not a big deal.
Yes, let me just open this bad boy up for a second. Okay, an Arcana check?
Yes. Okay. That's all I needed. Thank you.
No problem.
No problem.
Not scared at all.
Not scared at all. Hold on real sec. I'm gonna rejoin the chat real quick.
Oh, is
Yeah, the reactives are having
being
a problem.
weird.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
How wow, okay. That should fix it.
Nice. Yeah, so, Taffy, you begin to show everyone all these glyphs and magic circles that you have taken down your notes of, as you all seem to, at this point, kind of be awaiting Baldwin to come join you from wherever he might be in the house. Let me see. Oh yeah, go ahead.
And in the middle, after he shows all this, it's like, oh, and Arca, would you so kindly, describe how they control their, central glyph and how it might accidentally be disarmed?
Arca kind of like scratches his head. He's trying to like recall how all of this shit works. There's this central glyph that links all these other glyphs, and if you mess with that one, it can bring the whole security system, I guess, crashing down.
Oh,
And see, look, that wasn't even me who acquired that information. That was our friend Arca over here.
Hmm.
And then he pauses for a minute, like he just remembers something. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. I have forgotten to introduce my coworker over here, Samoya, the guild contact here for the Padlock Guild in Valgard.
I was wondering when you were going to introduce me to all of your friends.
Sorry about that. I got a little excited. It's not every day we get a chance to stick it to Gnomeland security.
That's very true. Very true. Oh yes, hello. I'm Samoya.
He kind of bounces over.
You're very tall.
You're
Very tall.
You. You're all rather short. Except you. She looks at Narcellus.
what?
Nothing. Just mentioning your height.
Yes, I'm a little tall. Is that a problem?
No.
It's not an insult, Narcellus.
She gives Narcellus like this odd look, like, no. Just making an observation, sorry.
Anyway.
He's like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about Sam. It's all good. These are my consultants.
Consultants?
Yeah, the consultants that are gonna help look over the mansion as we're, pushing our sales pitch over to our friend the Duke.
Oh, good to know. And as you guys are chit-chatting there, you guys hear footsteps from a little down the hallways as soon General Faldman has appeared in the doorway to the dining room, as probably attracted by the sounds of everyone's voices like filtering through the house. And he'll like look over everyone, kind of gives an odd look to the new addition to the party. He's like, oh, suddenly someone else.
It's like
in my home, but it's fine.
In my home, it's fine.
It's fine.
People just keep showing up.
In front of my cell?
Listen, it's probably the most lively his house has been in a while.
And the most diverse.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, calling this man out.
Calling this man out.
He'll just kind of speak up to the party in general as he asks them. I take it everyone had a successful time out this morning.
Oh, did we?
I'd say so.
Sure.
And then Tab's like, "Oh yeah, how did your guys' little expedition go?"
Marcella's just gonna immediately look at Tove and Yavari with like this wide-eyed expression and just.
It was very enlightening.
Yeah, it was fine. It was good. So, Yavari and Narcellis fought for like a whole 15 minutes. Great.
Almost bitter.
Yeah, he did.
And he almost got a broken nose.
Excuse me?
Hey, don't bark if you can't bite.
I
That's
will
what
bite.
I always say.
Yeah, that seems about right.
And if you bite, I bite back.
Punching someone isn't biting.
You have broken the rules of the bite off.
My God.
That's how drow show their affection.
Look,
Yeah.
I'm just saying that if I bit Taffy, I'd expect him to bite me back. That's what cats do, right?
Oh my God. I wouldn't bite you back.
Wow, I didn't think you were
I
that-
would.
Uh,
Samoya speaks up, says, I would.
Okay, see, there you go. So, Sam would bite you in my stead.
He's just looking at her with like this half wide-eyed stare, like, I'm okay.
So I don't bite just anybody, you know.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, the next time Narcellis bites Yavari will bite him. In respect to drow tradition.
And putting his hands on the table, he go, "Oh, and we happened to run into Minister Yukon on the way here."
And he threatened our poor Narcellis.
Paul Faldman gives a small sigh. What happened?
What?
Well, I have a new name, and I gotta say, it's my favorite one yet.
What would that be?
Hold on, I have to like vocal fry my voice here. Hold on. Drow. It's almost better because his voice just climbs in pitch when he says the word. So that was fun.
And this guy sounds like a piece of work.
Mm.
Wait, was it that dude who's like got the slick hair and like the robe?
Yep.
The creepy mustache man, yeah.
Creepy mustache man. Gotcha. Yeah, I can visualize it in my brain. I can just hear
Yeah, not
it.
even covertly racist, just outward an asshole.
Man.
Yavari, I don't know if you've seen the city that you're in right now, but
Oh no, I've seen, and I plan on arson.
No,
Yavari.
Yavari.
Jokes, General Faldman.
Look, even I'm begging you not to burn the place down, okay?
Okay, I won't.
So, how'd your morning go? racist, religious people aside.
Oh, it's that at Baldwin.
Yeah.
Says, well enough. It's been quiet this morning. Mr. Khan mostly just wanted to talk about what's been going on around the city recently, and mentioned apparently the Magi from Idfu is set to make a visit within the next couple of months. And,
Yuvari's ears kind of perk up at that.
Let's say, yeah, Yuvari and Tove specifically, you guys would know
Yeah.
exactly who he's talking about.
The big gun.
What's a magi?
That's one of his titles, Magi Prophet. He is the spiritual leader of the Order of the Seven.
Oh, I already don't like him. Never mind. We
What I
were. Oh, go ahead.
He's a complicated situation. From what I understand, he's really not all that bad, but apparently, the Order is wanting to erect teleportation circles to many of the major cities across Eatable. Valgard being one of them.
Hmm.
To allow for easier travel.
Sounds convenient.
And who's going to be testing this magic?
Not sure. Suppose they might have volunteers, I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I don't know why this is a hill Yuvari needs to die on, but apparently it's the hill she's dying on tonight.
Yeah.
It's violence.
Well, Yuvari, if you're that concerned, I'm sure you could talk to them and they'll, probably push you through. You end up somewhere in the middle of the Underdark, you get swallowed by a giant worm.
I would rather throw myself in the unholiest of fires and 9 circles of hell and shake Yaldabaosta's hand myself than do that.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. Good to know.
The hill. This is the hill. Yuvari is slowly climbing it. I don't know why.
But we were just going over some. He looks down at the drawings on the table and he's like, "Actually, we weren't doing anything. What are you doing?"
Nothing at the moment. You all talking in here, so I figured I would come and see what you all were up to.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. But tell us what you about to teach Taffy how to turn people into spiders.
Alvin looks very concerned all of a sudden.
Taffy slides on over. It's like, oh, sir, no, don't worry about this. See, this right here, as he motions his hand towards the table. This is Gnomeland Security's work, as you may see. It's actually quite dangerous and could be quite a problem, if you catch my meaning. We're just trying to come up with the good ways to, make sure that it doesn't become that kind of a problem, as you may understand.
Right.
Turns out our friends Gnomeland Security may be in doing some things they ought to be doing.
I see. Well,
turning anyone into spiders.
That's what they do now. That's what these are. They're spider glyphs.
No, they're not!
I'm gonna spread the shit out of that rumor. Gnomeland Security spelling glyphs that turn you into spiders.
I have never heard of such a thing, but at least not from Gnomeland Securities.
Oh, I'm sure it's something they
Little-
very much wouldn't want to let slip from their little gnomey grasps.
I mean, from what I understand, glyphs and magic circles are very common across many magical practices. Like, he just like kind of takes a breath. He's like, just don't be so quick to jump to conclusions.
Oh, but of course not. Just pointing out an observation.
Okay.
Taffy, you were gonna land me back in jail one day.
No, I'm gonna frame Gnomeland Security for it.
Yeah.
The Padlock Guild doesn't deal with these.
Regardless, if any of you need something, just let me know. Are you gonna
Taffy
say
will.
something? I'm sorry.
Oh, Taffet he'll back up and be like, but of course, as he goes back to the table to, like, you know, continue to study the glyphs.
Marcellus will kind of put his hands out on the table and just kind of look over them, even though he's very clearly not studying them at all. He's just kind of looking at the paper.
So, Nars, quick question. If we wanted to, let's say, disable these kinds of glyphs, how would we go about doing so?
Rip the paper in half.
Okay, well, alright. Let's say that they're painted upon, like, stone.
Break the stone? Well, they're painted, right?
Yeah, let's say they're, like, painted, or maybe they're etched into something, like with a chisel or something like that.
Just mess up one of the glyphs.
It's really that simple?
I mean, unless the glyph itself is enchanted to stop you from doing that, in which case then you'll have to disenchant it. And then if you disenchant it wrong, then you might end up turning into a spider anyway, and then you're a spider forever, and then people have to come down there and you might get stepped on. Then you're serving loath for, like, forever, and then you're also in danger of getting stepped on even though you're not getting any bigger, and nobody knows that you turned into a spider, so you're down there forever, unable to unpolymorph.
Okay.
This just keeps getting better and better.
My question is, if you get turned into a spider, are you a U-shaped spider? Like, are you a big spider or are you a tiny spider? 'Cause I feel like both, it matters on the answer to that. Like, say if Taffy turned into a spider, like, right now, would he be, like, Taffy-sized, or would he be, like,
Would be a cat
my
spider?
thumb-sized?
I mean, it depends. I mean, arachnomancers can turn into human-sized spiders, but then there's also driders. So really, it depends on what the teleportation circle... I'm sorry, what the glyph wants you to turn into. So, like, let's say that Arca walked over a polymorph circle down in the Underdark. He may turn into a chicken-sized spider, or into an Arca-sized spider, or, you know... He may turn into, like, a finger-sized spider and be so tiny that he doesn't realize what's happening, and then it's just over for him when someone just steps on him.
Have you been turned into a spider before?
I mean, it's a completely valid question.
General, can I speak to you?
Fulvin looks confused. It's like, all right.
He sort of looks at Taffy like, I don't have to answer that, and just walks around.
And he just, like, opens his notebook, pulls out his charcoal. Nars may have been a spider once.
No. Oh, poor Noshellus.
He just walks around the table and just sort of, like, slides into an open.
So,
He's like-
what would you do if Ari turned into a spider?
Oh,
Would you
no.
love him?
Oh, wait, what?
The answer is obviously yes.
Yes.
Oh.
We're not turning Ori into a spider.
I would love Ari if he was a worm. I would love Ari if he was a rainbow. I would love Ari if he was Ari. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
Alvin just looks very confused and very concerned for a lot of you at this table right now.
Yeah, that's fair. He really should.
He's just like, can I talk to you away from the insanity for a moment, please?
Yes. Yeah, and he'll beckon you to kind of follow along after him, probably just out of the room and into like the little
Thank you.
little foyer space where they've got like the couple couches set up.
He's like, okay, one, I promise no one's gonna turn into a spider.
Can't promise that.
It's weird that I have to say that, but I'm saying it now.
It's all right.
It's all right.
Two, I will try to stop Yavari from setting fire to the entire town. That I may not succeed on, but I will try.
I would certainly appreciate Valgard not burning to the ground.
Yeah, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Three, I think it's weird. Like he does. It's just like, thanks for, I guess, and he's looking for the words that don't sound quite so sentimental. He's just like, giving me a place to stay, I guess.
General Baldwin kind of stands there for a moment and lets out a small breath as he says, "Oh, it's really, I'd rather know that you are safe here than somewhere out in the street, or going back to the Underdark."
It's just about that. And after a minute, he'll kind of reach up and he'll pull on the sides of his circlet so that it pops off of his head. And like the middle of it is like this crimson gem with these two spider legs that come up and form a diamond shape, and then two on the bottom that form a smaller version of that same shape. He's like, I feel a little weird walking around your home wearing my house symbol. He just pauses for a minute and takes his head to the side. He says, I'm sure, I'm really not supposed to be using anima right now. I can hopefully find another focus, but especially just being in Valgard the way the tensions are right now, what we're kind of trying to prevent. Maybe, if it's okay with you, I can... He pauses, and he's like holding it in his hands. He's like, I can trust you to keep this.
Alvin looks like kind of genuinely like surprised as he like looks down at the circlet and looks up at the Narcellus's face, and he gives a slow nod as he says, as long as you're sure that you're all right parting with it, I will.
It's technically not mine, it's actually my mother's. And since you know, it's kind of downward toward his right hand, since you know where this came from, I think you can understand why I wouldn't want to hold on to something from her.
I understand. Yes, so I will be sure to stay somewhere safe that no one else can get to it. I can, I'll see about getting you another focus.
Oh, he just sort of pauses for me, just like, oh, okay, thank you.
Of course.
And he'll kind of like very gingerly hold it out on the tips of his fingers. Just please be careful with it.
Of course. He'll like carefully hold out his hands to take it from him.
Anyway, I should go back in there and make sure that they're not actually trying to turn Arca into a spider.
Yes, I can't imagine Arca would enjoy being a spider.
No. It's not that great.
I
You
will
what?
see to putting this somewhere safe, and if you need anything else, just come let me know.
Right, okay, and he just awkwardly turns around and goes back into the dining room to make sure that Arca's still not a spider.
You walk in, you see Taffy beckoning Arca to walk over some of the glyphs.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
Arca, stop!
Arca stops.
Taffy, what are you doing?
Just testing them.
You don't even know what they do!
Well, that's why we're testing them.
He could shoot through the ceiling!
Well, that's why we're testing them.
It's not inside!
Arca can fly.
There's
It'll be fine.
wings.
Yes,
Yeah.
he can fly, but we are staying in this. I can't believe I'm the one saying this. I cannot believe I am the only one that is stopping you from blowing this man's house up.
It's the ceiling's pretty high up there.
Oh,
Listen, when I was messing with him back in Lord Pierpont's manor, I didn't go flying through the ceiling,
but maybe you could.
and that's why we're testing.
But
You know what? Fine, Arca, fine. Walk across it.
Oh god.
Oh, good.
don't do
At
it.
your own
Don't do
risk.
it.
Just do it.
No.
Don't do it. Just
Yeah.
don't do it.
We
Just
can
please
test
don't do it.
outside if it makes you feel better.
Yes, go outside.
Go outside. There's like a garden out back, right?
Tovis
Maybe try the street.
is just like shooing them out. Like, get the fuck out of the house.
Oh my god! I get Taffy will pick up the papers that like he's like kind of stitched together on one of the bigger glyphs. He's like, "All right, come on, Sam, you won't want to miss this. This will be great."
Oh my
Sounds
god.
quite exciting.
If he ends up getting blown through something, I'm not gonna come fix it.
Arca, you'll be
Not
fine.
pretty
Right?
terrible. It's okay.
Should
Yeah,
be
see, look,
fine.
Arca said it was fine. It'll be fine.
Arca has 59 hit points. He can spare a few.
59 hit points. It's only 1d10 fall damage per 10 feet. It'll be fine.
Exactly.
Right.
So are you guys actually heading outside?
Oh yeah, Taffy will absolutely go and test this outside.
Alright, let's go.
Oh god. So Arca, Taffy, and Sam all head outside to go test these magic circles.
Oh, Narcellus is going to watch, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna be there when Arca explodes.
Alright.
Excellent.
Yvari's joining the peanut gallery.
Tova's also going down only because if she has to heal Arca, she'll be able to do that.
Thank
you
you,
go.
Gov. A true friend.
A true friend.
Alright, you all decide to head back outside to see what might become of Arca as Taffy attempts to replicate the magic circles he was shown. And with that, we are going to end tonight's session.
Excellent.
Goodness gracious.
Goodness gracious.
All I can say.
Next episode, Arca gets blown into the sky 90 feet.
And then turns into a spider.
Yep.
Just a spider.
God. He just loses his wings. Like 300 meters in the air.
Spider with wings.
No.
Listen, go like this. You know, the square cube law means that you'll be relatively. You'll be so small and weightless. You can fall great distances. Just spin a web really fast. Make a little web parachute. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can make a little tramp Toby scarf and try and catch him in that.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us in chat, and thank all of you guys for being here. Always a ton of fun. And yeah, we'll meet up again next week for the continuation of the investigation into the Royal Duke Guild shenanigans that are going afoot.
Perfect.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
Time to go and fuck up the Duke.
Heck
What
yeah.
if we turn the Duke into a spider?
There you go. It would
And
be even
that
Homeland
is
Security.
Probably
It would be
really
perfect.
bad. Probably really
What if
bad.
we
Actually,
Would
What
it
if we
be?
turn
He's
him
not dead.
Yeah, he's not dead. He's
turn
just a
him
spider.
into a spider?
but we would
And
be
then
going
redistribute-
straight to jail.
They would,
Not if they.
yeah, they suspect the
Straight to
Homeland
jail.
Security.
Except
Not-
that, but we turn him into a spider, and then we threaten to never turn him back unless he confesses to what he did.
See, there you go. That'd also work.
What
Yeah.
if we turn him into a spider and then redistribute his wealth around the poor?
So true,
areas?
bestie.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea, but I just don't think that it's logistically possible.
Logistically, we have the tools. We just gotta set them up correctly.
We have General Baldwin. He's our get out of jail free
Oh, God.
card.
We're just gonna
Okay,
ruin
there's
Nars's
only
life.
so many times
Yeah.
that he can get us out of jail before
like,
he's
hey,
just gonna give up.
You know your new dad. Well, we're just gonna get him into so much trouble.
Narcella's like, he's not my dad. But I don't know what you're talking
Just
about.
saying.
okay, well,
Okay,
yeah.
so we don't steal all of his wealth, but enough wealth to make the poorer parts of this town less shitty.
So just give me the money. I'm the poor people.
I'm the poor people.
Okay.
Okay. All right, guys. It's been fun, but I'm gonna go ahead and wind it down. I will talk to you all next week.
Yeah.
All right, have a good night, everyone. See you next time.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you all for stopping by. Also, thanks to all the new followers today. Hope you had a fantastic time. In case you're looking for more goofy content like this, I do have a YouTube and I do have a Discord. If you want to keep up with all my shenanigans. But yeah, that'll be it for this weekend. Next stream will probably be on Monday or Tuesday. Keep an eye out for my schedule. But until then, I hope you all have a fantastic night. Take it easy and stay safe out there in those Fey wilds.